do you do? I've been asking myself why it is that criminal trials grip the imagination of the meekest law-abiders among us. What is the psychological urge that holds us to the crime columns of our daily papers and sends so many of us packing into the public seats of the law courts? It's quite a question, isn't it? Well, I've got an explanation for you. I'd like to read to you a few lines written by a great British statesman and political writer of the 18th century, Edmund Burke. This is what he says. The annals of criminal jurisprudence exhibit human nature in a variety of positions, at once the most striking, interesting, and affecting. The real culprits, as original characters, stand forward on the canvas of humanity as prominent objects for our special study. How well that slightly antique phrase applies to the macabre figure of Dr. Buck Ruxton, who slew his English wife, lovely Isabel, and Mary Rogerson, their servant, and dissected their unfortunate remains into 200 all but unidentifiable parts. Women in the crowded gallery of the court grew faint and retired, while expert witnesses gave evidence that was indisputable. And all the time, the prisoner's written confession lay in a sealed envelope addressed to a Sunday newspaper and in the custody of a friend who had strict instructions that it was only to be opened in the event of his death. But let me take you back to early September 1935. We shall go to the little English town of Lancaster. It's a pretty place, and at number 2 Dalton Square, we find the well-loved Dr. Ruxton at work in his surgery.
Do you think the little chap will be all right now, Doctor?
He will be all right, Mrs. Davis. It was quite a simple operation, you know. But if he should be a little fretful when the anesthetic wears off, just give him one of these tablets crushed up in water.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. You're so kind.
Now you run along and look after yourself and try to get a good night's rest. And keep the little lad quiet, won't you?
Oh, of course. And thank you again. You're so patient with children.
Not at all, my dear lady. Good night to you.
Good night, Dr. Ruxton.
I'll look into him in the morning. Isabel! Isabel!
Madam's gone to bed, sir.
Oh, it is you, Mary, eh?
She had a headache and turned in early, sir.
Ah, she did she?
Yes, sir.
You have a cigarette, Mary?
No, thank you, sir.
Nice stockings you are wearing, eh? Sit down.
No, thank you, sir. I'd rather stand.
My wife went out this evening, didn't she?
Yes.
Where did she go?
She went round to the dispenser for the children's medicine.
You are lying, aren't you, Mary? Huh?
I'm sure I don't know what you mean, sir.
She has got a lover, hasn't she? And that is where she went this evening, to see him, huh? Why don't you be frank? I know all about it.
I'm sure you're wrong, sir.
How old are you, my dear?
I'm 20.
You are a very pretty girl. Come here. I want to talk to you, huh?
Oh, no!
What's this?
So you are here, huh?
Yes. You may go, Mary.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry,
It's all right. You may go. How dare you, Buck? I've warned you before about that girl. She's clean and decent. You wouldn't understand.
I know she is in league with you, huh? I was trying to make her tell me about your love affairs.
Oh, you swine. Your mind's full of black shadows and filthy, horrible things. They exist only in your imagination. You're trying to make yourself believe that I'm unfaithful, but you know that I'm not.
I know that you are, Isabel. Do you think I do not notice the sidelong glances you exchange with any man who happens to turn up? Of course, I see it every time we go out. You married me. It was an experiment, wasn't it, huh? And now you had enough. There is only one treatment for you.
Oh!
Isabel. Speak to me, Isabel. I am sorry. I am not fit to live. Please forgive me.
Oh, of course, I forgive you, Buck. I always do after these scenes.
If only you would strike me or punish me for my wickedness, I love you so much.
Mommy! Mommy!
The children are awake. I must go to them.
The complex story of Ruxton's abnormal personality was never revealed during the trial. He had an inferiority kink, which he carried throughout his life. And did his poor, unfortunate wife suffer for it? As an officer in the Royal Indian Medical Corps, he had associated with Englishmen on equal terms, on duty. But off parade, he'd imagined himself to be the subject of persecution. He fought against this with amazing pertinacity and made up his mind that he would carve out a career that the English would respect. It became an obsession. Come back with me to number 2 Dalton Square, Lancaster, a few days later, the 15th of September, and the time 1 a.m.
Is that you, ma'am?
Oh, yes, Mary. You made me jump. Whatever are you doing up at this time?
Shh. What's happened? It's him. He's been going on like a madman since the surgery closed. He's been threatening to kill you when he came back. I nearly went for the police, but I thought of the scandal, ma'am.
Oh, poor Mary. He didn't do anything to you, did he?
No, I locked myself in with the children. I'd have run away if it hadn't been for them. And you?
Oh, my poor child. You must leave here in the morning. It isn't a fit place for you. Give me your hand. You're trembling.
I'm not really afraid. It was the look in his eyes.
There. You should sleep with me. The children are all right, are they?
Yes, I've locked them in. Here's the key.
Oh, this is dreadful. I don't know what to do. If only I didn't love him. I've tried to be a good wife to him.
You've given him 3 lovely children. Oh, why don't you take him away? You've never seen him like he was tonight, shouting that you were something terrible. Oh, man.
I've managed him before, and I shall manage him now. He's my husband, Mary, but you must go.
I've set a bit of supper for you in the lounge.
No, I don't think I can manage anything, but it's very sweet of you, dear.
I think he's asleep now. I believe he took something.
Yes.
Were the illuminations nice in Blackpool?
Yes, they were lovely. I met my sisters, Mrs. Nelson and Mrs. Madden, you know. We all went along the front. They wouldn't let me get away until 11:30.
And was the tower all lit up?
Yes, it looked beautiful. Everyone was laughing and happy, walking along the front 20 and 30 abreast. There was music everywhere. Oh, it was like going into a different world. You must go there tomorrow, Mary. I'll give you your fare. You must see it.
It sounds wonderful. Would you like a cup of tea?
Yes, I would. I suddenly realized that I have a bit of a headache. Are there any aspirins about?
No, but I expect there's some in the doctor's surgery.
I'll go and have a look. Mary! What's happened in here? The furniture's overturned, drawers pulled out, bottles smashed on the floor.
It was him. I told you he'd been pretty bad.
But he smashed the place up. Didn't it wake the children?
Yes, that's when I went up to them.
But look at his papers. They're everywhere. His casebook. He's torn it up. Well, Mary, what are all these letters? They're from India. Shut the door, Mary.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, never knew he had letters from India. Look at the postmarks. Some of them are quite recent. What's this? My ever dearest darling, I treasure any letter of yours, my dear, like jewels and pearls. Keep them under lock and key. People over here talk that you are leading a gay life in England. But I have complete confidence in you, and I know that you will keep your word to me. Until I die, I shall always think of the 6 happy months that I spent with you, with thousands of affections and kisses. Your ever-loving wife. His wife. But I'm his wife. Oh, no. No.
Oh, ma'am. Steady.
Love letters, all of them, are from his wife in India. Oh, don't you realize what this means? I'm not married to him. He's a bigamist. And the children.
So you come back, you dirty, eh? You'll let me get my hands on you, eh?
You're a devil, you're not a man. You're a devil. I know all about you. You've got a wife in India. You're not fit to live.
So well, am I, eh?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Oh! You've done it. I knew you'd do it. You've killed her. She's dead.
Come here, Mary. Rogerson. I like you, but you seem too much. It is a shame, isn't it, Mary? You cannot get away. I've got you cornered. You could have made for the door, but it is too late. Do not cry. One little pain and it will be over, huh? I know where to use the knife. I'll make it quick for you, Mary.
He stands forward on the canvas of humanity for our special study. It's a little bit terrifying, isn't it? And it's real. But don't you think that perhaps the study of such a man as Ruxton may have helped us to understand the awful possibilities of the human mind? It has certainly helped the scientists of Scotland Yard to keep careful tabs on known criminals who are suspected of similar mental complexes. Now let us go back to September the 29th, 1935, just 14 days after the crime in Lancaster. The place is the little town of Moffat, 63 miles from Edinburgh. The scene is the local police station.
Very nice too, Sergeant, if I may say so.
I was just looking in the book. I see old Maguire's reported the loss of his bull terrier. That'll be the one that bit Mrs. McPherson, or I'm a Dutchman.
Aye, and I'm a Dutchman if I didn't hear Mr. McPherson's gun go off in McPherson's cowshed yesterday morning. I asked him what he was doing. I reckon I know now.
Did he have a gun license?
Aye.
A pity. I'm rather partial to bull terriers.
Sergeant.
Hello, what's the...
Sergeant, quick, down by the bridge.
Take it easy. What's the trouble?
My sister found it and then she came to me. I had a looking after her all the way here.
What is it, man?
There's a parcel in the ravine and there's a human arm sticking out of it.
Scottish report for information CID just come in.
Oh, let me see it. Thank you. Moffat, eh? 4 parcels containing human remains found in ravine on Edinburgh Carlisle Road. Stop. Remains consist of 2 heads. Good heavens. 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 hands, several large pieces of flesh, 4 or 5 large bones and a number of smaller bones, portions of a human trunk, and the lower portions of 2 legs.
Inspector Green of the CID lost no time in visiting the scene of this gruesome discovery.
We've discovered 30 parcels so far, Inspector, and a dreadful job it's been.
Yes, I'm sure it has. You're sending them straight off to Professor Glaister as they come in, I take it?
That's right, sir. They're going straight up to the hospital in Edinburgh.
I understand that the murderers made every effort to destroy all means of identifying his victim.
They are hacked to pieces, sir. But I understand the remains are probably those of a man and a woman.
A man and a woman, eh? I see that one of the parcels was wrapped in a child's woolen rompers, another in an old green blouse, a quantity of cotton wool, a man's vest, some sheeting, and a number of newspapers.
They're not a lot of help, sir, but they do fix the date of the crime more or less. This Sunday one, you see, is dated September the 15th, so it couldn't have happened before then.
And a number of the parcels were found along the River Lynn.
That's a contributory stream of the River Annan, sir.
And the remains were well above the level of the water. Have you had any heavy rainstorms lately?
Aye, sir. Let me see. It rained heavily on September the 18th and again on the 19th.
Ah, so the packages would have been carried high up the banks of the stream by the swollen waters, and when the water subsided, they'd have been left there, wouldn't they?
You're right, sir.
So we can fix the date of the crime as being somewhere between the 15th and 19th.
Somewhere between the 15th and 19th of September, 2 people out of a population of 48 millions had disappeared. There was little hope of identifying the bodies, and the first step was to make inquiries regarding all missing persons in England and Scotland. The investigation proved unproductive. Hardly surprising, you say? But the investigations were working along other lines. All the threads of newspapers which had been found in the packages had been sent along to their appropriate publishers. And at last, the first real clue was furnished by a Sunday paper on September the 15th. Published in London, this copy proved to be of a limited edition, and it had been circulated in the district of Lancaster. Investigations were concentrated on the Lancaster area, and within a matter of hours, police officers were making their reports to Captain Van, the Chief Constable of Lancashire.
Come in. Yes, Inspector Green, got anything?
Yes, sir. I think I have. A girl named Mary Rochester is missing from her home. She's been employed as a nursemaid in Dr. Ruxton's house.
Have you seen the doctor?
No, sir. I went round, but both he and his wife were out. But I spoke to a neighbor, a Mrs. Oxley, who's been charing for the Ruxtons, and she said the doctor had told her that Mrs. Ruxton had gone away for a holiday and taken Mary Rogerson with her.
I see. Find out the relationship between the doctor and his wife.
Right, sir.
Oh, and one more thing. You see those articles on the table?
Yes, sir. A green blouse and Kitty's rompers.
See if Mrs. Rogerson can identify them.
Mrs. Rogerson's Mary's stepmother, by the way, identified the green blouse immediately by a patch which she herself had sewn underneath the arm. In the words of Scotland Yard, the case was now developing satisfactorily. Reports were coming into the Chief Constable's office from different parts of the town. Remember, with a small population, news is apt to travel quickly.
Have you observed the constantly recurring date in these statements, Green?
You mean the 15th of September, sir?
Yes. We appear to know quite a lot about Dr. Ruxton's movements on that day. Read this.
Thank you, sir. At 6:30 a.m., Mrs. Oxley, the Ruxton's charwoman, was preparing to go to work when the doctor called and told her not to bother to go to his house that day.
Oh, Mrs. Oxley, my wife and Mary have gone away on a holiday to Edinburgh, and I am taking the children to Morecambe. But come as usual tomorrow.
At 10 a.m., Miss Roberts, a newsagent, called at Ruxton's house to deliver some papers. He answered the door himself. He seemed agitated and was holding his right hand against his body.
I am on my own today. Mary has gone up to Scotland.
At 11 a.m., a Mrs. Whiteside brought her son for a minor operation. It had already been arranged, and she was sharp on time. Again, he opened the door himself.
I am sorry, but I cannot perform the operation today as my wife is away in Scotland and there is only the maid and myself here. We are busy taking up the carpets and things ready for the decorators in the morning.
Anything else, sir?
Yes. At 2:30 p.m., he took his 3 children to the house of Mr. Anderson, a Morecambe dentist, a friend of the family, in whose charge he left them. And then at 6 o'clock, he seems to have lost his head. He went to the house of one of his patients, Mrs. Hampshire.
I am struggling to get my house ready for the decorators, Mrs. Hampshire. They are coming in the morning. My wife has gone to Blackpool, and Mary is away on holiday, and I have cut my hand very badly, and I wondered if you would help me.
He actually invited the lady to go back to his house with him and help him to straighten it out.
Inside the Ruxton house, the startled Mrs. Hampshire found chaos. The radio was blaring, stair carpets had been pulled up, straw was scattered everywhere, and plaster had been ripped from the walls. A supper meal laid in the lounge was untouched. Upstairs, doors were locked, and the bath was discolored a dirty yellow up to within a few inches of the top. His action in taking Mrs. Hampshire to the house was inexplicable, for, in consequence of what she saw there, she later became one of the principal witnesses for the Crown. Of course, he may have taken her there to save his reason. I personally should not have cared to enter such a house unescorted. Would you? Another point which amazed the police was Ruxton's visit to the Chief Constable.
Captain Van, I have come to you for protection. Have you heard the stories in the town?
Sit down, Dr. Ruxton. Please calm yourself. Now, what is it?
They are saying that I know all about the Moffat bodies. They are saying that this horrible crime is connected with the disappearance of my wife and maid. Even the papers are making these awful suggestions. The publicity is ruining my practice. Captain Van, you must please publish that there is no connection between the two. You must help me to find my wife.
The Chief Constable consoled him to the best of his ability and proceeded with the investigations. Inspector Green was making good headway.
I've collected some fresh evidence, sir. Ruxton told a friend that his wife had gone away in his car, not returned, but he allowed the car to be seen in Lancaster. He's also invented a totally untrue story that Mary Rogerson was going to have a baby and had disappeared for that reason. When I asked him how he knew, he replied, by her eyes and other symptoms. I'm certain he was lying, sir.
The case for the public prosecutor was approaching completion. At the Crown Laboratory in Edinburgh, Dr. Glaister and a team of experts had assembled large parts of the two bodies. Artificial teeth were made and fitted to secure an indication of what the mouths had looked like in life. In all, 20 sets of 250 pictures were completed, and these included photographs taken from an overhead scaffolding after portions of the bodies had been assembled on the floor. By the 11th of October, Ruxton knew that he was a doomed man. He even approached Inspector Green.
He took me by the shoulders and shouted as he flourished a newspaper in my face.
Look at this, Inspector Green. Look at it. Why do they accuse me of the Moffat murder? Somebody will be putting a dead body on my doorstep soon, and I shall be accused of killing it.
On the following day, October the 12th, 1935, the chief constable requested Ruxton to go to his office, saying that it was thought he could help in finding his wife and the maid. Dr. Buck Ruxton never returned from this visit. He was detained, and early on the morning of the 13th, he was charged with the murder of Mary Rogerson. There followed weekly remands until November the 5th.
During this time, we were making a minute examination of the house in Dalton Square. The story of what had happened there was slowly unfolding. We completed our evidence with the discovery in a locked drawer of the letters from Ruxton's legal wife in India. Here, then, was the last link. On November the 5th, Ruxton was charged with the murder of his wife, Isabella Ruxton, and the maid, Miss Mary Rogerson.
On December the 13th, he was committed for trial on both charges at the Manchester Assizes. In his charge to the jury, Mr. Justice Singleton referred to the distinguished body of evidence in the highest terms. He concluded by saying to the jury,
Gentlemen of the jury, you have heard the evidence, but if, in your opinion, there is any doubt in this case, the prisoner must have the benefit of that doubt. But if there is no doubt, then your verdict must be equally clear and justice must be done.
There was no doubt, and Ruxton was found guilty and sentenced to death on March the 13th, 1936. The sentence was duly carried out on the 12th of May at Strangeways Prison, Manchester. And a little footnote in this case. Throughout the trial, Ruxton behaved like a rag doll. He wept and protested his innocence. But the moment the square piece of black cloth was placed on the head of Mr. Justice Singleton, he became still and composed. As the judge concluded the formal sentence, Ruxton, with upraised arm, gave him the salute of an Oriental warrior. Then, turning sharp left, he gave a similar salute to an astonished jury before warders hurried him away. And the written confession in the sealed envelope? It was not published until several days after his execution. In it, all he said was, I killed Mrs. Ruxton in a fit of temper. I thought she'd been with a man. Mary Rogerson was present at the time. I had to kill her. archive book. You've probably heard the expression, off the rails. It usually signifies that somebody has let the side down by descending to a little blackmailing, or perhaps a touch of arson. In fact, going off the rails is usually taken as a sign of being not quite straight. I'm using the term, however, in quite a different sense. Today I'm going to tell you something about criminals who, when they're off the rails, are on the rails. Perhaps that sounds a little ambiguous. Let me put it in a simpler way. This program is about the kind of crime and the kind of criminal who is most at home on the railway. Let's start off this Secrets of Scotland Yard program with a few facts about robbery on the railway.
In 1938, claims against the railways for stolen goods cost them about £180,000. Today, similar claims are costing over £2.5 million a year. As an inspector of the railway police, that's not a fact I'm particularly proud about. All the same, it goes to prove that robbery on the railways is a growing business. Our job is to stop it growing.
Almost half the claims were for the theft of tobacco, wine, spirits, textiles, boots and shoes, articles which have the greatest black market value.
Investigating them is taking up much of the working time of more than 1,000 railway officials.
Hello? What are you doing with that crate? Hey, just moving it. Moving it where? What's that to do with you? On a railway porter. Oh, is that so? Let's have a look at that badge of yours. Here, let go of my case. I think you'd better come along. Oh, no, you don't.
Pilferage has ceased to be a proper description of railway thieving. Wholesale looting is the only term appropriate. The railway police estimate that about 60% of the looting is carried out by organized gangs, usually not more than 6 in number. Scotland Yard has met cunning with cunning, but those who specialize in robbery on the railway are always up to new tricks. Now listen to this story. It occurred not so long ago. A goods train was puffing slowly up an incline on its run from Nottingham to Chesterfield. Standing by a plate-laying hut at the crest of the hill, you might have seen a small gang of workmen. Apparently, they were waiting for the train to pass before resuming work on the line.
All right, chaps, it's the 5th van after the engine. Remember, the 5th van. Charlie, Jim, wait till I give the word jump. Just the way we rehearsed it.
Okay, Jack.
All right, jump. Okay, boys, pass me a crowbar. Here you are. Now, give us a hand. There we go. Ah, that's got it. Now go on, in we go. Good luck, Chris. Where's your trouble?
Once inside the van, which contained hundreds of pounds worth of cigarettes, the gang got to work. As soon as the train left the tunnel, they pushed open the door and threw down the embankment over 1 million cigarettes, packed neatly in cartons. And here comes the organization. Waiting on the road by the side of the embankment were a couple of lorries.
All right, boys, get busy. Down there, load them up. Right away there. Things are ready. Let's get going.
The cigarettes were missing until the train was 100 miles further up the line. Obviously, the men who boarded the train must have had a good idea of what was in the van. They knew exactly where the train would slow down, and they calculated the whole job in such a way, proving they were professionals at the game. These men got away with it. But it doesn't always go that way. Listen to this case. It took place a few months ago, late one night at one of London's largest goods yards. The Cricklewood siding.
Hey, anybody about? Who's that? Evening, watchman. Evening, mate. Sorry to be so late, chum. I'm afraid you'll have to open up these gates. What's the idea? It's 12:30. I know that, mate. But there's a load of one of these vans in the siding which is wanted extra special. And if we don't get it down to the docks by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, somebody's going to lose a few £1,000. We'll have to see your papers. Don't you worry. Everything's in order. Yeah, take a look at this. It seems all right. You've got permission? Well, that's what it says. All right, I'll open up. Well, don't be long about it. Come on, then. We'll be coming out in about an hour. All right. Come on now, open up these gates. Now, hold on a moment. I've got some friends to see you. What do you mean, friends?
Hello, John. Fancy meeting you.
Look out, boys! Robbers!
Yes, it was the Ruzzers, the police, to you and me. And, as the inspector says, the boot was on the other foot. The watchman felt suspicious about the whole thing, and he'd contacted the railway police. He was right. They were stolen goods, and the papers were forged. 7 men were picked up in the fight which followed, but the leader got away.
Of course, not all railway robberies are as ambitious and were organized as the two you've just heard about. The simplest, and yet one of the most effective methods of looting, has been for railway employees to stick false labels on parcels and packages in transit. One porter readdressed parcels to his own home. A relabeling conspiracy at Waterloo Station was broken up through the vigilance of an employee.
I've got a couple of parcels for you.
Oh, shall I sign for them?
Yeah, that's right, miss. Sign here.
My daughter's wedding. She's having such a lot of presents.
Yes, so I noticed.
Bring them in here, will you? Thanks a lot. Good morning.
Daughter's wedding. That's funny. I can understand her getting a mangle. But what's she doing with 24 electric light lamps? Don't seem to be the sort of wedding present she'd get. I wonder if there's something fishy going on.
And from wondering was only a step further to talking to the railway police about it. It was found that this was just one of the ways in which a very astute gang had been robbing the railways. It was not the only method they used. It was found that packages in transit had been redirected under other names to small stations where they were later collected by members of a gang, one in a chauffeur's uniform. The final destination of the stolen goods was a flat in Soho, where the thieves operated in a quick sales showroom and office. The flat was raided and the ringleaders caught. I've come to have a look round.
Who sent you?
Charlie.
Ah, that's all right. Come on in. Well, what do you want to see? Cigarettes, radio sets, or was it butter?
I think I've seen quite enough. I have a search warrant here.
Here, what's a gun?
This is not a game. This is a raid.
And other goods worth hundreds of pounds were recovered. But the police knew that for a long period beforehand, the gang got away with much more than that. These modern highwaymen are certainly people of resource. But if you think you've heard the limit of their ingenuity, just wait and see. Before turning to the organization of the railway police, let's take a few more examples of crime on the railway.
In a railway yard in Scotland at one time, whole truckloads of coal were systematically rerouted to the yard of a small merchant who was in the swim.
4 porters at Woking took advantage of a consignment to set up a nylon emporium and sell the stockings through station taxi drivers.
Railway police bored 2 holes in a wooden fence by a railway arch in Southwark and watched loot worth £2,500 being carried into a thieves' den. 9 men and a woman were convicted. One man had a puppy in a crate, which began barking, and the police overheard him say, "Shut up. You'll have to get used to being here."
Now listen to the story of just an ordinary member of the railway police. He was on duty at a goods yard at Burton-on-Trent one dark evening. His name was Railway Police Constable Robert Cameron.
Hi there.
What do you want?
I'd like to take a look at that lorry, if you don't mind.
What lorry you got?
I'm a member of the railway police.
Yes, I don't care if you're a member of the Marines. On the night.
You'll still have to stop, I'm afraid.
Oh, will I? Oh. Come on, boys. Tie him up and leave him in that shed over there.
He feigned unconsciousness while he was dragged into a warehouse and tied up. When the thieves had gone, leaving the whiskey behind, he struggled free and crawled to a shunter's cabin. Today, Railway Police Constable Robert Cameron wears the British Empire Medal. Perhaps the most amusing conclusion to any incident of pure pilferage was an occasion when a portrait crew danced into a mirror one Sunday and saw a man in a quiet corner of another platform undo his braces and turn slowly round and round. A chase down a lane followed until the man's trousers fell to the ground, and he halted sheepishly in his underpants with ring upon ring of twist tobacco, stolen from a crate in the station, wound round his middle.
Police officers at Euston saw 2 men in porters' uniforms examining goods loaded on barrows ready for dispatch, and knew that neither was employed in handling parcels traffic. While they watched, one of the men removed labels from 3 bales, which the second man then transferred to a smaller barrow. This was wheeled out to a point near the station cloakroom. The man walked away, but returned a few minutes later with 2 other men who began loading the barrels into a waiting motor car. All were arrested. The barrels were worth £300.
Before the British Railways were nationalised, each company maintained its own police force, led in many cases by ex-members of Scotland Yard. Today, the Railway Police is a complete force of its own, charged with the particular responsibility of policing and protecting thousands of buildings and many thousands of miles owned by British Railways. The men who discharge this duty undergo a special training. They learn most of the tricks we've told you about today in this program, and they cooperate with the regular police force and Scotland Yard to put a stop to every form of crime on the railways. Perhaps the most unpopular of all railway criminals are those who play for the high stakes and endeavour to rob His Majesty's mails.
Of course, there were some classic mailbag robberies of the past, but today's stories read like fiction. A £10,000 mailbag theft last year from a Glasgow Euston train remains unsolved. The empty bags were found on an embankment 70 yards away. The disappearance of nearly £40,000 in £5 and £1 notes in transit between a city bank and Scotland is still being investigated.
A letter bag containing £6,000 vanished during a 60-minute road and rail journey between Liverpool and Wigan. And when a packet which had contained £2,000 for a Manchester bank was opened, the contents had miraculously changed to wooden blocks. To be strictly accurate, the theft of mail bags comes under the General Post Office and is not really the railway's responsibility. But it's their worry all the same. Here's the story of one of the most classic of mailbag robberies of all time.
The scene is one of the sorting vans on a world-famous night mail train. Leaving Euston Station in London every evening just before midnight, it reaches Scotland the following morning. While most of Britain is asleep, this train speeds through the heart of the country. The nerve centre of the train is the sorting van, where almost 100 men are at work all night sorting Scottish mail picked up at London and dividing it up into the various regional areas so that when it reaches Scotland, it will be ready for distribution in the big Scottish cities by the second delivery that morning. Most of the men who work on this train have been in the service of the GPO for a number of years, but naturally from time to time there is a new face among them. Take tonight, for instance, the young fellow over there at the rack in the corner. He's only been on the job for a few weeks, and he's just qualified to work on his own without the guidance of an older sorter.
Edinburgh, Aberdeen, Glasgow, Inverness, Edinburgh.
One by one, he sorts the postal packets into the pigeonholes in front of him. Monotonous work, but still demanding all his attention. But tonight, this young sorter is not really thinking about his job. He's thinking about something else.
Inverness, Aberdeen, 5 minutes to 2. 5 miles to go. And then...
Yes, 5 minutes to go, and then...
Wait for two. Wait for two, boys.
Together with half of the sorters in the corridor, our young friend moves into the next car, where a primitive canteen is set up and cups of tea are being poured out. He makes some excuse and moves on further down the car. Perhaps he's going to wash his hands, or perhaps... It has taken 3 months of plotting and planning to obtain that key. The key to the van which contained the registered mail. He worked quickly, 3 bags and no more he took out. But those bags had been chosen carefully. The contents were known to be negotiable banknotes, a rich prize. Now comes the cleverest part of the trick. 3 other bags, in appearance precisely the same as the original registered mail bags, had been concealed by our friend in a suitcase which he had brought aboard the train. The exchange was made and the mail van locked up once again. Everything seemed perfect. When the train came into Glasgow station, it looked as if nothing could go wrong.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You are Robert Staunton, aren't you?
That's right.
I wonder if I could trouble you to come along to the office for a few minutes.
What do you want me for?
Well, just a few words. Bring that case along with you.
Yes, sir.
Come on in. Now, Mr. Staunton, would you mind opening up that case for me?
How do you know?
Well, this is the one question I cannot answer. You see, if I told you, you'd not believe me.
And how did he know? It was really very simple. But as you've learned from these programs, it's the simple things that make the crook's game a mug's game. Obviously, the railway realizes that GPO sorters on the trains, if they should have crooked disposition, have a number of opportunities for putting some original ideas into practice. For that reason, every new sorter, while he is training, is screened very thoroughly by the railway police or the GPO. Our friend Staunton and his companions took all the obvious precautions. Trouble was, one of the precautions was just a little too obvious. Mr. Staunton had given his address during his training period as a lodging house in London. As a routine matter, the police checked up on his character with his landlady. His landlady, dear soul, had given him an excellent character and had mentioned, as a matter of fact, that Staunton had frequent visits from his widowed mother. The widowed mother was a bit of camouflage for Mr. Staunton to compact his companions. Unfortunately, in his original application for the job, Mr. Staunton had described himself as an orphan. Starting from that very small fact,
the railway police had spun a long line of thread, which led eventually to the station master's office in Glasgow and the arrest of Staunton. Just another crook who thought that the way to easy money was along the railway lines.
I'd like to add a historic note. Of course, there has been crime on the railways ever since there were railways, which is well over 100 years. Who was the first railway criminal? Well, no one could say for certain, but I can tell you about one of the very first men to realize the possibility of crime on the railways, and what happened to him. It was long, long ago, when a trip by train was still a great event. Passengers traveled in open cars, which today we would consider little better than trucks. The guard wore a top hat, and the engine driver wore one too. The most unpleasant part of the journey was when the train came to a tunnel. There were no lights in the carriages. Worse still, there were no windows. So they soon filled up with smoke and grime. You could imagine the coughing and confusion. Well, it was this very confusion that gave our friend, a pioneer in his class, the great idea. You see, his profession was that of a pickpocket, and it occurred to him that never was there greater opportunity to practice his craft than aboard one of these newfangled railway trains when it entered a long tunnel. He went about it very carefully. He studied the trains and the passengers from all angles, and for some time pursued a most successful career. Everybody was far too concerned with their comfort to notice his activities, and as thefts were reported, it was far too late to do anything about it. Then, at last, the railway company decided that they had to take some action regarding the numerous complaints they were getting. To every poison there's an antidote, and to every crime there's an answer. Well, just as usual, our friend the pickpocket boarded a train one day, little knowing that he was employed by a detective employed by the company. Off went the train. They came to the tunnel, and our friend prepared to go about his business. He turned his attention to the man sitting next to him, a big, well-dressed but simple-looking gentleman whom he picked out as a likely-looking victim. His hand was busy abstracting a solid-looking watch from his pocket, when suddenly there was a terrific roar of steam from the engine, and then a sudden flash of light. And what is it? The engine driver had no sooner entered the tunnel than, on prearranged plan, he reversed and come out again. And as for the simple-looking gentleman, yes, you're right, he was the detective. Ah, dear, the way of a pioneer was always a hard one, and our friend's case proves that there's no exception to the rule.
As I told you, not all railway crime is quite so ambitious. In 50% of railway cases, the word pilferage is applicable. There have been too many examples of criminal fight women, some of whom have sacrificed 30 to 40 years' service and pension rights for thefts of soap, a packet of chocolate, or a pair of stockings. An engine driver took coal from his engine to swap for eggs. A man-shut guard rifled suitcases in a van and regularly threw stolen goods into his own garden as the train passed his line-side home. Fur coats, typewriters, vacuum cleaners, and a piano accordion were among the goods pilfered in 1948. Out of 8,585 larceny prosecutions by the railway police last year, 2,287 were at railway theft. Thus, 3 outsiders were convicted to every 1 railway man. Statistically, this means that only 1 in every 300 rail workers is found guilty of theft.
I believe that, don't you? And just because this program has told you about some of the crimes that are on the railways, I hasten to add that a trip by a railway in Britain is one of the safest ways of travelling. But while you're about it, keep an eye on your bag. After all, if everybody were just a little more careful, most of the crooks in this world would be looking for new ways of earning their living. And it would just help to avoid that temptation to go off the rails.
From the Longhorn Radio Network, Adventure and Mystery, classic series from radio's golden past. Presenting Clive Brooke in The Secrets of Scotland Yard.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooke. You want to make some money? Do you, in these days of austerity, want those little luxuries that mean so much? You want to be the first to pay for a round of drinks and give the barman a good tip as well? Or do you want to stand on the sidelines, unable to do a thing for want of cash?
I think I know your answer. Well, if you really do want to make some money, you must procure some plaster of Paris, solder, tin, bismuth, pewter, and a jam jar. I'm afraid you must also have a little capital. It takes money to make money. Not much capital, say $50. You won't need anything else. Go ahead and make as much money as you need for the day. That's good, don't you think? Also, I feel that you couldn't strictly be asked to pay income tax. You could point out that you'd made the money yourself and that the mint had not been troubled. On the other hand, I must warn you that you stand a risk of being sent to prison for life. In the old days, the penalty was death.
Hear ye! On this 5th day of July, in the year of our Lord 1721, at Tyburn, Barbara Spencer, apprehended in the gross and treasonable offense of falsely and secretly manufacturing shilling pieces in great number, to be strangled unto death, and then burnt at the stake. Hear ye! Hear ye!
Yes, Barbara Spencer in 1721 was the first person ever executed for counterfeiting. By the way, perhaps you'll be surprised to hear there's hardly one counterfeiting case in police records in which a woman is not involved. Isn't that so, Inspector?
That's right, Mr. Brooke. Women always seem to be chosen as agents for the coiners.
Ah, yes, agents. Perhaps I should explain to listeners that fake money usually goes through 4 stages in its criminal career. Firstly, it is coined by its maker. The coiner gives it to his agent or go-between. She, for it's generally a she, sells it to the buyer, and he in turn employs a 4th person to pass the coin off as currency. Coiner, agent, buyer, and passer. In legal phraseology, the passer is the one who utters the counterfeit. Uttering in this connection meaning to use as currency a forged or altered instrument or coin, knowing it to be forged. The passer very rarely knows who the coiner of the fake money is. With a respectable business as a front to his activities, the coiner carries on his criminal ventures in secret and well-hidden places and is not easily discovered. But he doesn't always escape the law. Now take the case of Thomas Craven, alias Cooper, alias Tom the Tailor, who carried on his trade in Bethnal Green, a suburb of London. In the same street there was a tobacconist's shop. It was here that something occurred one day that was eventually to put Tom the Tailor in prison.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, good morning. 2 ounces of green gem tobacco, please.
2 ounces, sir? Here you are.
Thank you. How much is that?
3 shillings, please, sir.
Let's see, 2, 3... There you are.
Just a moment, sir. This is a bad sign.
Is it really? I say, you're quite right. I wonder who gave me that. Anyhow, here's another. That's a good one.
Yes, that's a good one. Good day, sir.
Good day.
Freddie? Freddie?
Yes, sir?
Mind the shop a few minutes, will you? A bloke's just tried to pass off a dud coin on me for the 2nd time this week. This time I'm going to follow him. And I'll tell the whole story to the first police I see.
Oh, no. Good luck, sir.
I say, Constable.
Yes, sir?
My name's Black. That's my tobacconist shop across the way.
Mm-hmm.
You see that guy in the grey suit looking in that window over there?
Mm.
There. See? He's been joined by a woman.
Yes?
Well, twice this week he's tried to pass off a dud coin on me. I've been following him since he left my shop just now.
There are a lot of those floating about nowadays.
Yes, but he used the same words each time. I think he's in the racket himself, and he knew it was a dud.
Oh, you may be right. What's the woman he's talking to? Well, I don't know, huh? Yes.
That's a looking piece of goods. He's just given him something.
We've had her up on 1 or 2 charges before. Wish I was in plain clothes. I'll keep after her.
Let me know if anything happens, will you?
Yeah, right you are. The policeman followed the young lady. She went into Tom the tailor's shop. When she reappeared a few moments later, she went straight to the street corner and there met another man, to whom she again passed something. This time the police constable waited no longer, but took her along to the police station. There she was searched. 30 fake florins were found to be sewn in the hem of her skirt. She was obviously the agent for some counterfeiter. But whom? The police constable, remembering that she'd visited Tom the tailor's shop just before her arrest, decided to give the old chap a call. Tom was a well-known character in the neighborhood and had established himself as likable and kindly.
Morning, Tom. Oh, good morning, officer. Just a moment. I'll ring for my assistant.
Oh, you needn't do that, Tom. I only wanted a few words with you.
Well, in case someone else comes in wanting to be served.
Tom, a young lady came in here about an hour ago, dressed in blue. Did you serve her?
Young lady? Yes, of course. That'll be Miss Pritchard. She comes to ask whether her father's jacket was ready yet.
The father's jacket?
Yes, that's... unfortunately, I hadn't finished the sleeve yet, but why do you ask, officer?
Oh, nothing, Tom. Just wanted to know what she was up to. I say, your assistant seems to be a long time answering your bell.
Yes, he's a lazy scoundrel.
What about taking the ground, Tom?
Not at all, officer, not at all. You know the way down.
Yes, all there, thanks. Don't let me disturb you.
The suspicious police constable went down into the basement. But the scene that met his eyes was exactly what you'd expect to see in the basement of a tailor's shop. Long benches, yards of material, and several cutters at work with scissors and needles. But the constable wasn't satisfied, but he was sure there was something going on in the shop. He turned the matter over and over in his mind, until suddenly he jumped on what he knew must be the answer. The next day he paid another visit to Tom the tailor.
Morning, Tom.
Oh, good morning, officer. One moment, I'll...
No, Tom, you won't ring. It's just what I don't want you to do. You don't mind, do you?
Well, why? I just want to ring for my assistant, officer, in case some other customer comes in and there's no one to serve.
Are you positive that's the reason you want to ring, Tom?
What other reason could there be, officer?
That's just what I'm going to find out. If you'll stand aside and let me inspect your basement once more.
Why, you...
No, Tom. No foul language, if you please. Let me pass, will you? Yeah, that's right. All right, you fellas. Don't throw anything on. You're caught red-handed.
Draw me the police. I never heard the bell.
No, you didn't hear the bell. I'm afraid I prevented old Tom from ringing it. He tricked me that way yesterday. What a setup you have down here. Furnishing board, plaster of Paris, silver solution, lamp black, batter racks. One might almost think these gentlemen have been doing some coining. All right, I suggest you all come quietly. I've 3 other men waiting for you outside, so up the stairs in quick time, please.
And so Tom the tailor's coining establishment was discovered, and old Tom was sent to penal servitude. Now it's time for us to examine more closely the methods of the counterfeiter, and there's no better place to do this than in that morgue of criminal instruments, the Black Museum of Scotland Yard.
This might interest you, Mr. Brooks. One of the earliest counterfeit coins.
It's astounding that anyone should be taken in by that. Cut with a pair of scissors from a sheet of brass and silvered over, and passed off as a shilling. The coiner's methods have certainly improved since those days. These coins in the next case, they're practically perfect.
They are perfect.
I know, don't tell me. They're pattern pieces.
That's right, sir.
A pattern piece. In other words, a genuine piece of money from which the coiner takes his cast in plaster of Paris. So you see, you do have to have money to make money. And into that cast he pours whatever metal he uses. Solder, tin, bismuth, and of course, most of all, pewter. Yes, you may be surprised to know that the best foundation for a counterfeit coin is obtained from pewter beer mugs. In fact, whenever the theft of pewter pots is traced, it's 10 to 1 that the thief is in league with the coiners. A certain publican in Whitechapel, London, will vouch for that.
My name's Bill Carey. I run the Green Man pub down in Whitechapel. It's a fine old place with plenty of tradition, if you know what I mean. Though there's one tradition we don't keep with anymore. the pewter pot cleaning competition. You see, in the old days, George, the potman at the King's Head pub across the way, used to come over to the Green Man once a year, and we used to see who could clean the largest number of pewter pots in an hour. I remember our last contest. It was about 10 years ago on a Sunday morning.
Go on, Bill.
Get on with it, George. You're blind as usual.
Anyway.
Yes, I'll give him Bill. Bill's the winner again. That's 2 years running.
Hooray!
Oh, it was a lovely race, Bill. Thanks ever so for letting me come along. My, you two are certainly quick with your hands.
Yeah, Blimey, is that the right time? I must get back to King's Head. The boss will be furious.
Oh, cheerio all. Bye, George. See you soon. We'll fix the date for the next contest.
Yeah, rather. Cheerio.
Well, we never did have any more contests. When the missus and me comes to count the pots that night, as we always did after a big day, we found there were a dozen missing. That was bad enough. But what was even worse was the number of phony 2-shilling pieces and half-crowns we took over the counter for weeks to come.
And undoubtedly, most of them came from the pewter pots that Bill and Jimmy had raced to clean on the previous Sunday. The pewter would be melted, poured into the mold taken from the pattern piece, the two sides of the cast being kept together by clamps of hoop iron to secure a firm impression, filed, edged, and continually checked to get as near as possible the weight of a true coin. And then would come the most important process of all, silvering. The process of silvering coins is very similar to that of plating knives, spoons, and forks. Into the vat is dipped what is called a battery rack.
There is some over here, sir.
Ah, yes, it's rather good specimen. Simply a long piece of thick wire bent into a series of twists and turns in order to hold about a dozen coins at a time, and made in such a way that no coin is touched by the wire in more than 3 places and all on the edge. These are well made. Whom did they belong to?
Sidney Atway, sir, the master coiner of Fulham.
Ah, yes, he did everything conscientiously. We might do far worse than study his methods, don't you think?
We have a full case of his belongings over here.
Good. Let's get acquainted with Mr. Sidney Atway, the conscientious coiner. Sidney Atway was one of the most scientific coiners of modern times. He approached the whole subject in a most artistic fashion. Coining to him was more a hobby than a profession, and to it he devoted all the loving care that some give to stamp collecting, others to photography, others still to bird watching. His real business was the pawning of articles bought cheaply at sales and auctions, only if the pawnbroker offered a profit, of course. But he had many other interests as well, as we well know from his diaries and private papers.
Went to a cookery lecture today. An attractive young lady gave us a complicated recipe for Old English trifle. I found an address book of all the English taverns in Paris. The following shops are those at which furniture may be had on hire. Prescriptions. 1, for removing surplus hair from the back of the neck. 2, the right treatment for headaches. 3, the proper ingredients for making a highly satisfactory mustard plaster. And 4, a certain cure for sluggish liver.
But it was from a brooch pinned to the lapel of his wife's coat that gave Sidney Atway the idea to start the activities for which he is famous. It was Coronation Year in London, and Mrs. Atway had stopped on her way home from shopping to buy one of those souvenir brooches that everyone was wearing that year. Her husband, being an extremely mean gentleman, as most crooks are, was furious when he found that she'd been spending the housekeeping money on herself.
Gilday, what's that you've got pinned to your coat?
Oh, Sidney, don't be angry. I couldn't resist it. It's one of the souvenirs they're selling in honor of the coronation. I thought it looked rather nice. Don't you like it?
Let me see it.
Oh, now look what you've done. Why can't you keep your temper? You've torn my coat. Oh, why couldn't you let me unpin the brooch? I'd have shown it to you.
2 sixpences on a pin.
Yes. You see, they're bright new sixpences, minted this year.
How much did you pay for this?
1 6 So, you see, it's only cost me 6 really, because the coins always will be worth their money.
Get downstairs, wasting my money on trash like this. If ever I catch you buying yourself things out of the housekeeping funds again, I'll take a stick to your back.
Oh, you're horrible. I don't know why I'm saying it.
Fine thing. 1 6 for 2 tanners on a pin. What a... Wait a bit, though. What a way to make a profit. A few bright sixpences, a drill to make the holes, and a nice-looking safety pin. Or, why should they be real sixpences? Why not make my own? Sell them as souvenirs? Not claiming them to be real money. Only 1 in 10 suckers will ask whether it's genuine. And there's no trouble attached, as long as I don't pretend they're anything but iron make. Yes.
Attway didn't stop at sixpences. He made shillings and half-crowns and sold them as coronation souvenirs. When asked to pay 3 shillings for a half-a-crown medal, the purchaser would usually pass over the money, saying, oh, well, I can always use the coin if I'm hard up. But if he ever tried to use it as currency, he would soon discover his error. Having now got interested in the coining business, Sidney Attway went about learning the methods thoroughly. Whenever he came up against a particular snag in the processing of the metal into coins, he would write to one of the daily papers.
To the editor, Evening Herald, Fleet Street, London. Dear sir, have any of your readers any useful hints and suggestions as to the best way to make an electric battery? If so, perhaps you would be good enough to publish their letters in your correspondence column. To the editor, Daily Gazette, London. Dear sir, I hope you will publish this letter. I want to find out from any knowledgeable readers the simplest way to make solder from silver.
There were generally numerous replies. Few people can resist the temptation to air whatever specialized knowledge they possess. And Sidney Attway's possessions in the Black Museum include a scrapbook full of newspaper articles and letters, all most helpful to him in his work. Of course, he bought the standard chemistry books as well and marked all the relevant passages. He evolved his own recipe for the silvering of coins. If any one of you are taking notes, I should perhaps mention that the process takes years of practice and many disappointments before it yields any reward.
When the coins have been removed from the mold, I put them on battery racks of my own making and dip them into the vat. Coins made from Britannia metal, tin or pewter, are not dropped into acid before plating, but into a very strong and boiling, repeat, boiling, hot solution of pure caustic potash. I then scratch the coins with a small brush made specially for this purpose, and then plunge them straight into cyanide of silver solution at about 190 degrees Fahrenheit. An electric current from a battery is then run through the vat until the coins begin to receive a thin coating. Then I plate them in the ordinary way to give them a full amount of silvering required. And then on to the burnishing board.
The burnishing board is a piece of wood on which the coins are set, being kept in place with pins and brushed over with an old scrubbing brush on which some ordinary lampblack has been applied. This process relieves the fake pieces of any undue brightness and consequently suspicion. Mr. Attway used the seat of an ordinary wooden kitchen chair as his burnishing board. It's in the case in the Black Museum which contains his other paraphernalia. 17 bowls, 1 battery, 2 ladles, plaster of Paris, melting pot, plate of sand, brushes, drill, 9 bottles of chemical, another battery made out of a 3-pound jam jar, files, clamps. What else?
Well, sir, there's some of the fake money that was found at his home when he was arrested.
200 half-crowns, 100 florins, 150 shillings, and 200 sixpence.
What a collection. He certainly was coining money. And that's not counting the fake currency he must have put into circulation during his 17 years' run as a successful auditor. A few more Sydney Atways and England would really be in danger of inflation. Yeah, a fascinating character. On his arrest, he turned to his captors with a disarming smile.
Well, well, gentlemen, I hope you will tell the Royal Mint of my exploits. They should consider my career as a great compliment to themselves. After all, is not imitation the sincerest form of flattery?
We have now examined the methods of making a counterfeit coin. What happens then? How does it get into your pocket, or mine? When the coin is satisfied that he can get no nearer to the real thing, he wraps the coins in tissue paper, generally in parcels of a dozen, with a piece of paper between each coin to prevent jingling when they are being passed from hand to hand. The woman agent now takes the parcels and sells them to buyers either in public houses or in street corners.
Morning, Mr. Charlie. Well, up, sir. Could I buy you one, miss?
I'll have the same, thanks very much.
Make it two, Charlie. Oh, no.
You're late. I was told fast.
Oh, I was being followed. Had to dodge around a bit. Got the stuff?
What would I be here for if I hadn't? The price has gone up, though.
Why? With a profit you'll make up 2 more numbers. Thank you, sir. 1 and 5 cents. Aye. Righto. Tim Bob knows. Give me some change, will you? Roger, sir. Yours, it. 8 and 7 change. Thanks.
A real 10 bob that you gave it?
Of course, you don't think I'm trying to funny business here, do you? You were saying the price has gone up, what, 2?
Well, I've got 3 packets of off round, dozen each. It'll cost you 10 shillings. That's £4, 10 shillings for half a quid.
Oh, I suppose I'll have to buy it. I've got 4 posh creamy for more funds. Here you are. It's 10 bob.
Something fun, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, thanks, they're okay.
Of course they are. I told you I wouldn't have a tiny funny business in here, didn't I?
Oh, yes, you're so honest. Well, ta-ra for now.
And now the buyer will pass on the fake currency to his employees, who in turn will pass it off on the shopkeepers and the general public. How? Well, there are several methods. For instance, a woman will go into a shoe shop carrying several parcels. She will pass some time selecting a suitable pair of shoes, and then she'll prepare the ground passing something else.
Oh, dear, I have so much to carry. Could you deliver the shoes?
Certainly, madam. At what address?
12 Blakely Road, Mrs. Adams. Oh, and could your boy bring them in an hour's time? Otherwise, I shan't be there.
Very well, madam.
The delivery boy turns up at 12 Blakely Road an hour later and is met by the woman just outside the gate. When she tells him that she is Mrs. Adams, he hands over the shoes to her and asks her to sign the receipt.
Please. Janet Adams. There. How much do I owe you?
37 and 6pence, please, ma'am.
Mr. Silver, I'm afraid. Oh, and there's another shilling for yourself.
Now, thank you, ma'am.
Only when the delivery boy hands the money over to his employer do they realize that he has been given 5 or 6 false half-crowns in the cash. And, of course, there is no Mrs. Adams living at the address. After all, let's admit that we are not as careful as we should be about the money we handle. And the opportunities for a swindler to pass off his counterfeits must be extremely numerous. Perhaps you're one of those who make it a rule always to count your change. But how many times do you inspect each coin to make sure that it's a genuine article? Not very often. Sometimes there is no apparent cause to inspect your change, as in the following incident, which occurs in various shapes and forms about once a day in different parts of the country, generally in public houses and quite often in the cocktail bars of expensive West End hotels.
I say, Gorman.
Just coming, sir.
I must say, the service nowadays, even in one's own hotel.
Extremely sorry to It's full today, as you can see.
Want to get more help?
Well, I think I'd like better, sir, but it's not so easy to come by.
Well, perhaps you can manage to supply me with both Scotch and soda.
Certainly, sir.
Oh, by the way, did Lord Milburn leave a message here for me? My name's Burley, James Burley.
There wasn't any message there for me, sir.
Extraordinary. He swore he'd leave a note if he couldn't make it.
That's at the desk, sir.
Oh, good idea. I'll try there when I've had my drink.
Yes, here it is, sir. Double Scotch. Say when for the soda, will you, sir?
That'll do. How much do I owe you?
That'll be 5 shillings, please, sir.
No. There's a fund there.
Thank you, sir. 15 shillings change. There you are, sir.
Oh, I say, you've given me all silver. Makes my pocket so heavy. Haven't you a 10-shilling note?
Oh, yes. Sorry, sir. There you are, sir.
Ah, there's 10 shillings of your silver back. Oh, and buy yourself a drink with this.
Oh, thank you very much, sir.
Did you spot the passing? I expect so. You were listening for it. In changing a 10 shillings worth of silver for a note, the fictitious Sir James had substituted a few fake florins and shillings for the real ones. And that's coining for you. A woman gets a pair of shoes at a reduced price, a man gets a free drink and perhaps a bit over, and the coiner runs the risk of penal servitude for life. Is it worth it? Well, do you want to make some money? Oh, that's where we came in. By the way, the simplest and most effective way to detect a fake coin is to bite it. If it produces a gritty sensation on your teeth, it's not wartime food. It's a fraud. Or is that the same thing? Well, that's all for now, but I'll be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Clive Brooks saying goodbye, and check your change.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooks. Once ever so often, we take for our subject a case which is not really one of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Today's subject, for instance, which we call the case of the kindly doctor. To begin with, it took place some 90 years ago, in 1859. By the way, Percy, how old is Scotland Yard?
It's a good deal older than that, Clive. In fact, you can trace its history right back to the Bow Street Runners. One of these days, we might tell the story how Scotland Yard began.
That's a good idea, Percy. But Scotland Yard didn't come into the case of Dr. Thomas Smethurst. In fact, from the point of view of the police, the case of the kindly doctor was all too simple. However, when the trial began, or rather the trials, the fur really started to fly.
You're right, Clive. The trials of Dr. Smethurst are among the classics of English legal history.
When you hear his story, I think you'll agree that Dr. Smethurst was the kind of doctor whose bedside manner was certainly quite unique. Such a nice, kind doctor. The Central Criminal Court, the Old Bailey, London, Thursday the 7th of July, 1859. Dr. Thomas Smethurst is charged with the willful murder of Isabella Banks. Mr. Sergeant Valentine makes the opening speech for the Crown.
The charge I am about to prefer is one of a most serious character. The allegation is that the accused at the bar took away the life of a fellow creature by poison. The accused is a man of information and learning, and he availed himself of the knowledge he possesses and made use of a slow and irritant poison, which he administered himself. Probably you will be of opinion, when you have heard the evidence, that every means was taken by him from the beginning to shroud the whole affair in the deepest mystery.
When our story begins, the romantic Dr. Smethurst is living with his wife, a woman considerably older than himself,
at a very respectable lodging house, number 4, Rifle Terrace, Bayswater. It was while he was living there that Miss Isabella Banks first met the doctor. Miss Banks was a lady of respectable family and possessed property to the extent of £1,800. She also had a life interest in £5,000, which on her death went to the other members of the family. This is rather an important point, as you'll realize later. A friendship soon sprang up between Dr. Smethurst and Miss Banks. Friendship is perhaps rather a mild word for it, because some weeks later their landlady found it was necessary to have a word with them both.
Now, Dr. Smethurst, I've been waiting for a chance to speak to you for some time, and I think it's just as well that Miss Banks should be present.
Well, really, Thomas, if you'll excuse me.
No, dear, I think we should hear what she has to say.
I haven't got much to say, but it's to the point. I simply will not allow such goings-on. There's your dear wife upstairs, Dr. Smithhurst, and you downstairs up to I don't know what.
And what do you propose to do about it?
Just this. Miss Banks has got to go. I'll give her till the end of the week, but after that I shall be obliged if she'll find fresh lodgings. I'm not going to ask you to leave, Dr. Smithhurst. You and Mrs. Smithhurst have been here some time. But these are my final words to you, Miss Banks. You've got to go.
And so she went. But a fortnight later, Dr. Smethurst made his departure too. And if you and I had visited a church in the neighborhood of Battersea on the 9th of December that year, you might have been present at a touching little ceremony.
Repeat after me. I take thee, Isabella, to my wedded wife, to have and to hold.
I take thee, Isabella, to my wedded wife, to have and to hold.
From this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer.
From this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer.
In sickness and in health, to love and to cherish.
In sickness and in health, to love and to cherish.
Till death us do part.
Till death do us part.
Till death do us part. Well, as matters turned out, Dr. Smethurst had only some 6 months in which to concentrate his loving and cherishing, because by May the 2nd, Isabella Banks was dead. But we're going a little too fast. The so-called marriage took place in December, and in April, Louisa Banks, sister of dear Isabella, had a letter from Dr. Smethurst. It was marked
private and confidential. Dear Miss Banks, your dear sister wishes me to request the favor of your calling upon her as early as convenient, as she is really very ill and desires to see you. She also wishes me to say that you will greatly oblige by coming alone. Rail from Waterloo Station about every half hour, and Richmond buses from the White Horse Cellar, Piccadilly, about as often. Yours sincerely, T. Smethurst, 10 Alma Villas, Richmond Hill.
When Sister Louisa arrived, she found Isabella in bed, in a very feeble state.
Isabella, my dear, what's the matter?
Oh, don't say anything about it. It'll be all right when I get well, won't it, dear?
Yes, it'll be all right soon.
But what is being done about it?
She's having the very best medical attention.
Yes, Dr. Julius from Richmond comes to see me every day, and now there's another doctor coming as well, Dr. Bird. But I'm afraid I'm still sick, sometimes several times each day. But when I get well, all will be right, won't it, dear?
Yes, my dear. It's just a matter of time.
And time was running short. For on the 30th of April, a Saturday, Dr. Smethurst visited a solicitor of Richmond, Mr. Senior, taking with him a draft in his own handwriting of a document of some importance.
Mr. Senior?
That's my name.
I've come to see you, Mr. Senior, to find out whether it would be possible for you to come up the hill to the lodgings at which I'm residing in order to make a will for a lady.
Why, certainly. I could, if necessary, come at once.
No, not today. Today would not be convenient. It would have to be tomorrow. I'm afraid the lady will be too ill to see you this afternoon.
But today is Saturday. I presume you mean you would like me to come on Monday?
No, I mean tomorrow.
I must say, Mr.
Dr. Smethurst.
I must say, Dr. Smethurst, I don't like doing business on Sunday. And for that matter, the law doesn't like wills being executed on a Sunday. But I suppose if it's a question of necessity, I shall have to do it.
I have with me a draft of the will. It was drawn up by a barrister friend of mine in London. As a matter of fact, the lady wished to write it herself. But I thought it would be better to be done by a professional man.
Right. Let me have a look at it, will you?
This is Mr. Senior, my dear.
The gentleman who's come to make your will.
Yes, my dear, of course. I have the paper here.
Let me give it to Mr. Senior, Isabella, dear.
Yes.
Thank you. This is the document we drew up on Saturday.
It is?
It will be necessary to have another witness.
I'll ring for the daughter of our landlady. Meantime, perhaps you'll read the will. Would you like to hear it, dear?
It's not really necessary. I've read it.
Nevertheless, I think you should hear it again.
This is the last will and testament of me, Isabel Banks, now residing at number 10 Almar Villas, Richmond, in the county of Surrey, spinster. I give and bequeath to my beloved friend Miss Jenkins of Walthamstow, Essex, my brooch set with brilliants and pearls and containing the hair of my late father. And as to my real and personal property, estate and effects, whatsoever and wheresoever, and of what nature or kind soever the same may be, I give, devise, and bequeath the same unto my sincere and beloved friend Thomas Smethurst, Doctor of Medicine, now also of number 10 Almar Villas, Richmond, aforesaid, for his own use absolutely forever. I hereby appoint the said Thomas Smethurst sole executor of this my will.
By this time, Dr. Julius had started to become a trifle suspicious. Miss Banks showed no signs of improvement. She was constantly sick, and the doctor suspected that some irritant poison was being given to her. He mentioned this to his partner, Dr. Bird, and as Miss Banks still did not improve, decided to call in Dr. Todd, a well-known consultant attached to King's College Hospital. He agreed with the diagnosis of poisoning, but no trace of poison could be found. A second examination was made, and arsenic was discovered. Dr. Smethurst was arrested and charged with
feloniously administering poison to one Isabella Banks.
Your worship, I protest. I've been arrested in my own house and brought before you on this ridiculous charge.
Be silent.
But this lady is in the gravest condition. I've been forced to leave her at a critical moment. I must ask to be allowed to return to her at once, this evening.
And, strangely enough, the magistrate granted Dr. Smethurst's request. He was allowed bail and hastened back to the bedside of Isabella. He was not, however, allowed to interfere in any way with her treatment. On the following morning, she died. It was in these circumstances that Dr. Smethurst faced his trial at the Old Bailey on the 7th of July, 1859. From the very start, it was dramatic. On the second day, one of the jurymen fell ill, and the first trial had to be abandoned. In August, Dr. Smethurst came up for trial again. One after another, the doctors gave their evidence.
I am physician to King's College Hospital. Dr. Julius told me the nature of the case before I saw the deceased, but he did not tell me his suspicion that irritants were being administered to her. When I saw the deceased, I noticed a peculiar expression of countenance, an expression of terror, as though she was under the influence of someone, and that was not in accordance with the appearance of a patient suffering from an ordinary disease.
During my practice, I've seen many cases of acute dysentery of an epidemic character. In my opinion, none of the symptoms exhibited by the deceased was a proof that she died of acute dysentery. I'm of the opinion that her death was the result of some irritant poison having been administered to her.
Witnesses were called to tell the whole sordid story of the doctor's relationship with Miss Banks. The solicitor gave evidence concerning the rather unfortunate circumstances in which her will was made. Everything seemed to tell against Dr. Smethurst. Louisa, her sister, for instance, told of her first visit to Richmond.
I went upstairs and found she was very much altered, but she knew me and she put out her hand and tried to speak, but was unable to do so. I only remained in the room a few minutes. Dr. Smethurst was there all the time. I'd taken some soup with me for my sister, but the accused said it was too strong for her, and he mixed some warm water with a portion of it. Dr. Smethurst then said he'd take it downstairs to cool, and he left the room for about a minute. When he returned, he gave the soup to my sister, and she was very sick. I only saw her once after this. As Dr. Smethurst told me, she could not bear me in the room.
A critical moment at the doctor's trial occurred when Dr. Taylor, the analyst, was giving evidence concerning the first discovery of arsenic.
I next examined the medicines that had been supplied by Dr. Julius and found that they contained the ingredients of which they were represented to be composed. I examined another bottle, number 21, which appeared to contain a clear watery liquid of a saline taste, and I tested a portion of the contents by a Reinsch's test. And upon first trying the copper, it was entirely consumed. I made a further test, which led me to suppose that there was arsenic present in the solution.
Which led you to suppose?
Yes.
And this was the evidence you gave before the magistrates when Dr. Smethurst was first charged?
That is correct.
But since then, you have made a further statement.
Yes. It turned out that I was mistaken, and that it did not contain either arsenic or antimony, but that the arsenical appearances originally produced came from the copper galls.
That little mistake over bottle number 21 was the first hint that perhaps things were not quite as black as they looked for Dr. Smethurst. If ever a man was confronted by damning evidence, it was the nice, kind doctor. But as yet, little had been said in his defense. By the third day of his trial, all London was consumed with interest to learn the outcome, for by the third day, evidence of a strange and unexpected kind was to be brought forward. Dr. Smethurst, it appeared, might still have the ace up his sleeve. On the third day of the trial of Dr. Thomas Smethurst, counsel for the defense, Mr. Sergeant Parry, rose to make his speech.
After having undergone the agony of a double trial and having endured for a long period the accumulation of prejudice that has been cast upon him, the unfortunate gentleman at the bar has at last the opportunity of laying before a jury of his countrymen the defense he has to offer upon this most serious charge. What is the charge against the accused? It is that he inveigled the unhappy lady into his power, and that he basely and cruelly murdered her for the sake of her property. I believe that the will made by the deceased was the entire foundation for this charge, and that no charge would have been made against the accused if this will had not been executed. Supposing, however, that the will was to be taken as evidence of a motive, what was that motive? It was that he had perpetrated this crime to obtain possession of about 1,700 or 1,800 pounds. But he would equally have come into possession of it if the deceased had lived, for it was clear she was deeply attached to him, and that she had handed over to him the dividend that she received in April. While she lived also, she was entitled to a life interest in 5,000 pounds, and the accused would have had the benefit of that also. And therefore he had a much stronger motive for her to live than he had to destroy her.
Having disputed the motive, the defense now moved on to even more controversial ground, for just as the prosecution had called one medical witness after another, the defense retaliated.
I am a doctor of medicine, a licentiate of the College of Physicians, and professor of anatomy at the Grosvenor Place School of Medicine. I have heard the evidence as to the symptoms of the deceased, and in my opinion, they are not reconcilable with a case of slow arsenical poisoning. There was an absence of several symptoms I should expect to find in such a case.
I'm a doctor of medicine and a lecturer on practical and experimental chemistry. I've heard the evidence of the symptoms exhibited by the deceased and the appearances presented upon the post-mortem examination. And according to my opinion, all these symptoms are consistent with the deceased having died a natural death. And, in my opinion, she died of dysentery.
There was a further complication when the medical witnesses revealed that Miss Banks was expecting a child. One way and another, the doctors managed to contradict each other with alarming frequency. All the circumstances were against Dr. Smethurst, but the medical evidence on which the case really rested was not conclusive. Dr. Smethurst could have poisoned Isabella. In fact, it very much looked as though he had. But, and it was a big but, it seemed equally possible that he hadn't. The judge, in his summing up, went very fully into all the evidence given in the case, occupying some 9 hours in his address to the jury. He pointed out to the jury the basis on which they must consider their verdict.
Gentlemen, are you agreed upon your verdict?
We are.
How say you? Is the prisoner guilty or not guilty?
It is my painful duty to record him guilty.
I swear to God that I'm perfectly innocent.
Dr. Smethurst was then called up for judgment. Before being sentenced, he spoke from the dock for over half an hour. His speech contained a number of inconsistencies to which the judge drew attention before saying,
I think you must be perfectly aware that if the whole of it were true, it could not interfere with the painful and awful duty I have to discharge. And it remains for me only to pass the sentence of the law, which is that you be taken to the place from whence you came, and from thence to a place of execution, and that there you be hanged by the neck until you be dead, and that your body be afterwards buried in the prison in which you were confined previous to your execution. And may the Lord have mercy on your soul. The execution of the judgment of the court is committed to the sheriff of the county of Surrey, where the offence was committed.
I declare Dr. Julius to be my murderer. I am innocent.
But this was not the end of the story, for the sentence of Dr. Smethurst brought forth a fresh wave of interest and indignation. The Times was full of letters from doctors, lawyers, and people from every walk of life, including even a letter from Dr. Smethurst's legal wife, who protested his innocence. There was no doubt about it. Whether you believed the doctor was guilty or innocent, there was quite a lot of evidence to support your story. Too much evidence to make the verdict as clear-cut as a verdict should be in an English court of law. All the letters and all the petitions poured into the office of the Home Secretary, and surrounded by so many conflicting opinions, the Home Secretary decided to rest his case on one opinion. He sent all the evidence and all the documents to a personal friend, and the foremost surgeon of his day, Sir Benjamin Collins Brodie, who, after considering the case, replied,
My dear sir, having carefully gone over the papers which were forwarded and relating to the trial of Thomas Smethurst, I send the conclusions at which, using my best judgment, I have been able to arrive. Smethurst's indifferent moral character rendered him a just object of suspicion. 2. There is really no trustworthy evidence of Miss Banks having taken arsenic, and indeed, many of the symptoms which it is well known arsenic produces were absent in Miss Banks's case. 3. Since his conviction, nothing has been found to show that Smethurst had purchased poison at any chemist's, or that he had taken any other means of procuring it. 4. It is rather in Smethurst's favour that although the period of her death was uncertain, the will under which he inherited Miss Banks's property was not made until within a very short time from the fatal termination of her illness. Taking into consideration all that I have now stated, I own that the impression in my own mind is that there is not absolute and complete evidence of Smethurst's guilt. I am, dear sir, yours faithfully, B.C. Brodie.
For a great many years, Monday had been the day upon which executions took place in the county. But as this meant the erection of the scaffold on the top of the jail on Sunday, adverse criticism led to the alteration of the day to Tuesday. And, according to the custom of the time, Tuesday fortnight was fixed for the carrying out of Smethurst's sentence. Time went by, and only 48 hours before the appointed day, the Home Secretary received the reply from Sir Benjamin Brodie. The Home Secretary made his decision.
After a very careful and anxious consideration of all the facts, I have come to the conclusion there is sufficient doubt of the prisoner's guilt to render it my duty to advise the grant to him of a free pardon, which will be restricted to the particular offence of which he stands convicted. It is my intention to institute a prosecution against him for bigamy. The necessity which I have felt for advising Her Majesty to grant a free pardon in this case has not, as it appears to me, arisen from any defects in the constitution or proceedings of our criminal tribunals. It has arisen from the imperfection of medical science and from the fallibility of judgment in an obscure malady, even of a skillful and experienced medical practitioners.
And thus the Home Secretary managed to get himself out of a dilemma by annoying the medical experts on both sides, who were at last unanimous on one point. They deeply resented the Home Secretary's remarks. The law didn't waste any time, and in point of fact, Dr. Smethurst was brought up on a charge of bigamy before his pardon had been confirmed. In the course of his defense, Dr. Smethurst's counsel alluded to this pardon.
I am sure the jury will agree with me that the prisoner ought to be now treated upon the footing that he is perfectly innocent of the crime of murder. And I cannot help expressing my opinion that the Home Secretary has done himself great honor by the investigation he has made, and which has resulted in his advising Her Majesty to grant the prisoner a free pardon.
If I may interrupt, I must say that the learned counsel is hardly justified in making the observation he has done with regard to the innocence of the prisoner of the crime of murder. A pardon is no more a certificate of innocence than a verdict of not guilty. Silence.
Throughout these proceedings, Dr. Smethurst didn't utter a single word. After all, there's very little for him to say.
You have found the prisoner guilty on this charge, and I have consulted with the officers of the court upon the subject, and they have concurred with me that the sentence I am about to pronounce is a proper one, and that is that you be imprisoned and kept to hard labor for 1 year.
And that, you might think, would be the last appearance in the court of law of our friend, the doctor. Far from it. Having had so much trouble over the little matter of Isabella Banks's will, Dr. Smethurst was not likely to forget it. And having completed his year's vacation at Her Majesty's expense, he returned to the battle determined to get his dues. He produced the famous will and endeavored to prove it. Sister Louisa claimed that it had been procured by undue influence and control of the plaintiff, and that her sister had not been of sound mind. Once again, the old story was told in court.
After Dr. Smethurst was taken into custody for the first time, I went immediately to my sister. She thanked me for my kindness and wished me to be with her. I was with her until just before she died. Except on that occasion, I never had any private communication with her.
I am not able to assign any natural cause for her death. I had ordered medicines principally of a soothing character. None of the medicines I ordered would account for the appearances that were exhibited. Certainly not.
In my opinion, the symptoms of the deceased were not reconcilable with a case of slow arsenical poisoning. There was an absence of several symptoms I should expect to find in such a case.
I believe that her death was occasioned by the administration of some irritant poison, such as arsenic, antimony, or corrosive sublimate.
The old story. But you see, they couldn't really prove it one way or the other. And Dr. Smethurst again had the benefit of the doubt. The court ordered probate of the will to be granted to the plaintiff. In other words, he got the money too. Well, Percy, what do you think about the case?
I know one thing, Clive. It couldn't happen today.
I should hope not. But why exactly do you say that?
Well, you must remember this case occurred in 1859. Since then, the scientific tests for arsenic have been so greatly advanced that any doubt on the presence of the poison will be removed. Today, it can be detected in the hair or the fingernails. Of course, there was the interim period.
You mean, Percy, we might have got away with it? But how?
That's one of the secrets of Scotland Yard.
After hearing Percy Hoskins, I think you'll agree that it may be a very good thing, too, that nice, kind Dr. Smethurst lived when he did, nearly 90 years ago. Well, that's all for now. But Percy Hoskins and I will be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Clive Brooks saying goodbye and pleasant dreams. How do you do? This is Clive Brooks. Today I want to tell you something about the special branch of Scotland Yard. I expect you've heard of it. Judging from some detective novels, you'd imagine it consisted of a group of super Sherlock Holmeses who are called in when everything else has failed. But that is not true, is it, Percy?
No, Clive. The special branch of Scotland Yard is a unit of a couple of hundred men who specialize in political crimes. They differ from their colleagues of the Criminal Investigation Department in that they must be able to speak several languages.
In fact, the function of the special branch in official language is to guard the security of the state.
Or, as the boys themselves put it, to clear up political nuisances.
So today, a special branch man may find himself guarding the king or the prime minister, probing the antecedents of political refugee who seeks the protection of British nationality, tracking down the perpetrators of a bomb outrage, or sauntering among the guests at a royal garden party.
Clive, why don't you tell them the story of the absent-minded professor?
All right, Percy, I will. It's a story which shows the far-reaching significance of political crime and how, wherever an international conspiracy may start, sooner or later its tentacles will come within the reach of the long arm of the special branch of Scotland Yard. Ottawa, Canada, September 1945. One war is over, but for at least one of the great powers, another war, a secret war of information, a nerve war, has never ceased. It is late in the evening, and the offices of the Canadian Ministry of Justice are almost deserted. The last few employees are on the way home, and one of the officials is evidently trying to get rid of a late visitor.
Coming in to see us, sir, but I'm afraid there's really nothing I can do about it. Why don't you write us a letter?
But you don't understand.
But I'm very sorry, sir, but I'm afraid I have to go now.
Okay.
Thanks for calling
But
in.
please.
I'm very sorry. Phew, I thought I'd never get rid of that guy.
What do you want?
Oh, some screwball. Said he came from the Soviet embassy. Wanted to show me some secret documents.
You're kidding.
No, but I guess he was. Tried to tell me all about some fifth column. Crazy guy.
What's his name?
Oh, I don't know. Here's a slip he sent in. Igor G.O.U. Guzenko.
Igor Guzenko, 25-year-old cipher clerk, employed in the code room of the military section of the Soviet embassy in Ottawa. Igor Guzenko, a man whose story was to shock the world, a man whose information was to bring to justice traitors of three nations who had endeavored to betray the Allies' greatest secret, the atom bomb. But this September night, Igor Guzenko is finding it very hard to tell his story. Nobody believes him. And yet all the time he knows that at the Soviet embassy his desertion will have been discovered. Already his one-time colleagues will be moving into action against him. What can he do? To whom can he turn?
Inspector McLean. Where? Who's that? Guzenko's. Well, who are these guys breaking in? From the Soviet embassy. Searching the place, eh? Well, listen, have you traced Guzenko? Oh, you picked him up. Oh, he wanted to be arrested. I don't blame him. Well, now, listen, hold on to Guzenko and all his papers. Get hold of his family and don't let anybody see him. Yeah. Well, move him out of town and come back to me for instructions. Now, remember, nobody must see Guzenko.
In a matter of hours, it was clearly established that not only were Guzenko's documents genuine, but that they included copies of 4 recent and secret telegrams exchanged between the British and Canadian governments on highly confidential matters.
And realizing the complete freedom which exists in Canada, and convinced that the Communist Party in democratic countries has changed long ago from a political party into an agency net for the Soviet government, a fifth column in these countries to meet a war, I decided that I could no longer serve my government, but must at last speak the truth.
The Canadian police authorities found in Guzenko's documents a fascinating story of how, in secret code, the Soviet military attaché in Ottawa had given information and received instructions from Moscow.
Message to Subaltern Ottawa. Your immediate objectives are 1. The atomic bomb, its composition and technological processes. 2. A sample of uranium-235. 3.
the library and secret documents of the National Research Council. 4. Latest developments of electronic fuses for shells, radar, and a super explosive known as RDX.
Reporting to Moscow. Facts are given by Alec. 1. The test of the atomic bomb was conducted in New Mexico. The bomb dropped on Japan was made of uranium-235. 2. Alec handed over to us a sample of uranium-235. 3. Alec has also reported brief data concerning electronic shells. There is in the shell a small radio transmitter with one electronic tube, and it is fed by dry batteries. The body of the shell is the antenna.
Moscow to Sabota. Work out and telegraph arrangements for the meeting and password of Alec with our man in London.
Sabota to Moscow. Alec will work in King's College, Strand. Meetings October 7, 17, 27 on the street in front of the British Museum. The time 11 o'clock in the evening. Identification sign, a newspaper under the left arm. Password, best regards to Michael.
But even Moscow realized that their boys in Britain might have rather a busy evening identifying Alec from the number of Londoners with newspapers under their arms in Museum Street at 11 o'clock in the evening. They replied,
Arrangements not satisfactory. Correction. Facing British Museum. Intersection Great Russell Street, Museum Street. Time, 8 o'clock, October 7, 17th, 27. Identification signs. Alec will have under his left arm the newspaper Times. The contact man will have in his left hand the magazine Picture Post. Convey instructions to Alec.
Convey instructions to Alec. Who was Alec? The Canadian police authorities at once placed the facts of this alarming leakage of atomic secrets before Prime Minister Mackenzie King. Realizing the grave implications of the plot, Mr. King hastened to Washington to acquaint President Truman with the situation. 4 days later, the Canadian Prime Minister crossed the Atlantic and repeated the story to British Premier Mr. Clement Attlee. Officials of British military intelligence were called to Downing Street. The investigation was entrusted to Lieutenant Colonel Leonard Burt. Burt, a pre-war yard chief, was seconded to the War Office at the beginning of the war for anti-sabotage work. Incidentally, today he's back at the yard in command of the Special Branch. The colonel's immediate and priority mission was to identify Alec.
Well, I don't expect we shall have much trouble finding out who Alec is. Our main problem is going to be to get him, to find out how much he knows, and, even more important, how much he has told.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's have a look at those cables again. Here we are. Alec will work in King's College, Strand. Give me the phone directory.
Here we are, sir.
Thank you. Okay. King's College, Temple Bar 5651. Well, hello, King's College. Put me through to the principal's office, will you? Thank you. Hello. This is Lieutenant Colonel Burt of the War Office. I wonder if you could help me. It's just a routine inquiry. I want to know whether you have on your staff at the moment a physicist who has recently worked in Canada. Yes, that's right. Oh, up to a few months ago? You have? Oh, good. I see, yes. Yes, that's right. He went with a research group on a project in Montreal, and he's just come back to London. Good. Now, what's his name? Dr. Nun May. Thank you, that'll be all. Sounds like our man.
And October the 7th looks like our day, sir.
4 days from now, we'll have to get busy.
As October the 7th approached, a number of well-built but unobtrusive men began renting rooms in Museum Street. Rooms with first-floor windows which looked out onto the forecourt of the British Museum. In this and many other ways, known only to MI5 and the Special Branch, every inch of the place of rendezvous was covered by one or two observers.
Inspector Burt?
Sergeant Wilson here, sir.
All right, Wilson. I know you haven't seen him.
Not a sign, sir.
That's not surprising. I've just had a report from the man who shadowed him from King's College. He left there at 6:30, went straight home, had supper, and according to his last call, he's now sitting in front of the fire, doing guess what?
Search me, sir.
Playing patience.
Playing patience. And if anybody knows how to play patience, it's the men of the Special Branch. On October the 7th, they drew a blank, but they still had 2 more chances. Dr. Nunn May was shadowed constantly, but always unobtrusively. On October the 17th and again on the 27th, the watchers by the British Museum kept their vigil. But Dr. Nunn May did not keep his appointment.
It's no use, Wilson. He must have been warned.
Do you think he's suspicious, sir?
Oh, he may know he's being watched, but I don't think so. Not yet, anyway.
What do you mean, not yet, sir?
I think it's about time Dr. Nunn May and I had a little talk. I'm going round to King's College. How do you do, Professor? My name is Burt, Inspector Burt of Military Intelligence.
How do you do? Military intelligence, did you say?
That's right. I don't want to waste your time, Professor, so I'll come straight to the point. Are you aware that there's been a leakage of confidential information in Canada relating to atomic energy?
Really, Inspector? I don't know what to say. Certainly, it's the first I've heard of it.
The first you've heard of it?
Of course, I must say, Inspector, that I don't read the papers very much.
I wasn't suggesting that you'd have read it in the papers. I was wondering whether you'd had some first-hand knowledge.
What do you mean, Inspector?
Just this. I want you to answer one or two questions for me. During the period you spent in Canada in connection with the Atomic Energy Commission, were you approached at any time or by any person to give information concerning your work?
Certainly not. And I think I should say, Inspector, that if the Department of the War Office you represent is concerned with counter-espionage or anything of that nature, I'm not prepared to answer any of your questions.
But you do say that you were not approached and did not give any information whatsoever.
That is correct.
Inspector Burt sensed that despite his answers and his bold front, the little professor was rather worried. When the special branch finds that a suspect is worried, they usually proceed to worry him just a little more.
All right, Wilson. There are your instructions starting tomorrow. I want the men in Stafford Street and everybody who's covering Nunn May to change their technique. So far, their aim has been to be as unobtrusive as possible. From tomorrow, I want Dr. Nunn May to know that he's being watched.
And so the men of MI5, under the direction of Inspector Burt, began the next phase of the war they were conducting against the little professor. In the next few days, the shadowing was performed in a manner scarcely creditable to the reputation of Scotland Yard. Meantime, a message had been sent to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who were instructed to inquire how closely Dr. May's travels had fitted into the pattern outlined for Alec in the cables which had been intercepted between Moscow and Ottawa.
Royal Canadian Mounted Police to Burt, Special Branch, Scotland Yard. Information supplied by Dr. John Douglas Cockcroft, Chief of the Atomic Energy Project at Montreal, shows Dr. May made several trips to the nuclear research laboratories of the Manhattan Project at Chicago, coinciding entirely with the reports from Alec. Dr. May left for England within a few days of his last trip to the research laboratories and is scheduled to return for a month's work next year. Everything checks up with the information in our possession concerning Alec.
Yes, and the signal goes on to say that no other scientist has followed the same schedule or is planning to return next year. Yes, everything fits. It must be Dr. Nunn May.
Meantime, officials of the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation had entered the story. The information concerning Dr. May was sent to the headquarters of the Manhattan Engineer District in Washington, D.C.
One of the fundamental principles of United States military intelligence is that personnel on secret projects are entitled to know only as much as they require to carry on their work. Thus, months before, when the National Research Council of Canada had proposed that Dr. May be allowed to visit the United States for 1 month, the application had been placed before General Groves personally.
The general had sent for the file on Dr. May. It included the information that Dr. May had already visited the Chicago Atomic Research Laboratories 3 times, and that this third visit occurred between September 25 and October the 30th, 1944. He carried on extensive work in collaboration with other scientists in a highly secret and important new field. His work resulted in a research report in which he collaborated with an American scientist. To Groves, a 4th visit by May to the United States ran counter to security principles, for it would allow him to know too much of what was going on in widely separated projects. Accordingly, the answer had gone back, polite but firm, no. If vital secrets in the field of atomic energy still rest secure, Much credit must be given to General Grove's decision to bar Dr. May. For as the Canadian Royal Commission of Inquiry had stated,
the Soviets failed to obtain details on the structure of the atomic bomb only because there was no one in Canada who could tell them.
that all this was in the future. Back in London in September 1945, Lieutenant Colonel Burt had still to complete his case against Dr. Nunn May. After waiting for one more week, during which the professor must have been well aware that he was being shadowed by the Yard, the colonel went back to see the professor again.
So you see, Professor, I thought it would be a good idea if I came back to have another little talk with you.
Yes.
Yes. You see, I wanted to tell you that we know that you had an appointment to meet someone in the vicinity of the British Museum shortly after your return from Canada.
Well?
Who was that person? And why didn't you keep the appointment?
Yes, you're quite right. I didn't keep the appointment.
And who was the person?
When I came back to London, I decided to wash my hands of the whole business.
What business?
The matter this person was going to see me about.
It's no use, Professor. You see, we know too much.
I tell you, I have nothing more to say.
I think you will have something more to say. And I am quite prepared to wait until you are ready to say it.
I absolutely refuse. If you think you can persuade me into making some sort of statement...
Inspector Byrd didn't think. He knew. He realized that a man like Dr. Nunn May, conscious of the fact he was being followed, nervous and frightened, would in the end have to come clean. Well, Dr. Nunn May didn't tell the whole truth, but at least he started to tell part of the truth, and at the end of this interview, he gave a long statement.
About a year ago, whilst in Canada, I was contacted by an individual whose identity I declined to divulge. He called on me at my private apartment in Swale Avenue, Montreal. He apparently knew I was employed by the Montreal laboratory, and he sought information from me concerning atomic research. I gave and had given very careful consideration to correctness of making sure that development of atomic energy was not confined to the USA. I took the very painful decision that it was necessary to convey general information on atomic energy and make sure that it was taken seriously. For this reason, I decided to entertain a proposition made to me by the individual who called on me. After this preliminary meeting, I met the individual on several subsequent occasions in Canada. He made specific requests for information which were just nonsense to me.
What do you mean by that?
I could not understand what he was talking about.
Did he ask you for samples of uranium?
Yes, and for information generally on atomic energy.
And do you admit to giving him samples?
Yes. At one meeting, I gave the man microscopic amounts of U-233 and U-235, one of each. The U-235 was a slightly enriched sample and was in a small glass tube and consisted of about 1 milligram of oxide. The U-233 was about 1/10 of a milligram and was a very thin deposit on a platinum foil and was wrapped in a piece of paper.
What else did you give him?
I also gave him a written report on atomic research as known to me. This information was mostly of a character which has since been published or is about to be published.
Anything else?
The man also asked for information about the American electronically controlled ack shells.
And what did you do?
I knew very little about these and so could only give very little information.
Anything else?
He also asked to people employed in the laboratory, including a man named Beale, but I advised him against attacking him.
And what did he give you?
He gave me some dollars.
How many?
I forget how many. He gave me a whiskey bottle. I accepted these against my will.
I see. And when was your last contact?
Before I left Canada. It was arranged that on my return to London, I was to keep an appointment with somebody I did not know. I was given precise details as to making...
what were those details?
I forget them now.
Why didn't you keep the appointment?
Because I had decided that this clandestine procedure was no longer appropriate in view of the official release of information and the possibility of satisfactory international control of atomic energy.
I see. Is that the end of your statement?
Yes. The whole affair was extremely painful to me. I only embarked on it because I felt that this was a contribution I could make to the safety of mankind. I certainly did not do it for gain.
So much for the professor's statement. The Special Branch of Scotland Yard had already unearthed more incriminating evidence.
Here we are, sir. I've made a summary of these papers that have come in from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. You've done it.
Thank you. Let's see. Dr. Nunn May, etc., etc., etc. Ardent communist. Yes, just what I expected. I see they picked up 8 of his friends in Canada. And do you see this, Wilson?
definite statements. The doctor visited other atomic projects at the request of the Soviet embassy. Well, I think our case is ready now. It's about time we brought in the Director of Public Prosecutions. Bring in all the other files on the case.
And so it happened that a few days later, while Dr. Nunmay was lecturing a class of students at King's College on the subject of nuclear theory, he had a visit from the special branch.
And that, I think, brings us almost to the end of our work today. We have, of course, only touched upon one phase of the subject of nuclear theory. And I hope that tomorrow afternoon I shall have the chance of dealing with chapters 7 and 8 in the papers under discussion, and that we manage to write a lot of ground. That will be all.
Excuse me, just one moment, please.
Yes, what is it?
You are Dr. Nunmay?
Yes.
I have a warrant for your arrest. I must warn you.
Yes, I was expecting something like this.
Well, if you'll just follow me.
And so Dr. Nunmay was not able to continue his lecture the following day, for he had a pressing appointment at Bow Street, where the following morning he was formally charged with
having, for a purpose prejudicial to the safety and interests of the state, communicated to some persons unknown certain information calculated to be directly or indirectly useful to an enemy, contrary to the Official Secrets Act of 1911.
At the Old Bailey, Mr. Justice Oliver said,
I have listened with slight surprise to some of the things learned counsel has put before me. The picture of you as a man of honor who had only done what you believed to be right. I do not take that view at all. How any man in your position could have had the crass conceit, let alone the wickedness, to arrogate to himself the decision of a matter of this sort, where you yourself had given your written understanding not to do it, and knew it was one of the country's most precious secrets, when you yourself had drawn and were drawing pay for years to keep your bargain with your country. That you could have done this is a dreadful thing. I think that you acted not as an honorable man, but as a dishonorable man. I think that you acted with degradation. Whether money was the object of what you did, in fact, you did get money for what you did. It is a very bad case indeed. The sentence upon you is one of 10 years penal servitude.
Well, that isn't quite the end of the story, because after the trial, there were many protests that the sentence was out of all proportion to the magnitude of the offense committed. The Association of Scientific Workers issued a statement in which they declared,
We do not seek to justify Dr. May's breach of the Official Secrets Act, but we are convinced from our knowledge of Dr. May that his action was determined only by the principle that fundamental scientific data should have been shared with a country that was not only friendly, but a fighting ally. The only work in which Dr. May was engaged, and on which he could have been in a position to give unauthorized information, concerned fundamental scientific data relating to atomic energy. Dr. May had no connection whatever with problems of the construction of the atomic bomb, and could not have been able to reveal information on atomic bomb manufacture.
What about that, Bertie? Oh, and by the way, I was going to ask you, why do you call this the case of the absent-minded professor?
Because, Clive, while the professor may have been internationally minded about the secrets of atomic energy, you must remember he also gave away the secrets of electronic shells.
You've got something there, Percy. But you know what these absent-minded professors are? Which reminds me of a story.
Time's up, Clive.
Yes, I'm afraid it is. But I have to leave it until next week. Well, that's all for today. This is Clive Brooke saying goodbye and pleasant dreams.
Have you ever thought of murdering somebody? I have. I suppose most of us have. But there's something that's different between thinking about it and carrying it out. At least I hope so. Something that's different. But not something you can see or recognize or that may give you a warning. For example, a murderer may have stood next to you in the lift this morning. He might be the man who asked you for a light for his cigarette, or sat next to you in the cinema, or shared the same table at a restaurant, or... Anyway, there was nothing to show that he was a murderer. That is where truth differs from fiction. I've acted in a lot of films about murder, read many crime stories. There's always something strange about the man who commits the crime. Something remote, something sinister. As a background, that's sinister, too. An implication of evil is always present. But in real life, the most hideous crimes cast no such shadows before them. The background can be quite cheerful and ordinary, the criminal a simple, prosaic sort of fellow. Now, let us take such a scene and such an ordinary sort of chap going into a post office one sunny morning in the little English town of Boscombe. And listen.
Telegram, please, miss.
Thank you. Morning Post. Come immediately. 4:30 train, Waterloo, Bournemouth Central. Something will meet. I'm afraid I can't read this bit here.
Where? Let me see.
Here.
That's car. Car will meet.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Car will meet train. Extent, no object urgent.
You've got it. How much will that be?
2 shillings, please.
Just a simple little act. Sending a telegram. The girl behind the counter thought nothing further about the man who sent it. Why should she? Would you? No reason why you should. Unless you happen to know, as I do, that he's a murderer. Two days later, the body of a woman was found in a field about 3 miles outside Bournemouth, a seaside resort on the south coast of England. That is where our casebook history begins. The police are inspecting the body.
Dear clothes, Fred. It's still damp. Stopped raining early last night, didn't it?
That's right.
About 8:30. Must have happened before that, then. Nasty piece of work. Yeah, poor woman. Somebody made a thorough job of her, all right. Those car tracks show how she was brought here. The car must have pulled up just down the road there. I'd recognize those tire marks anywhere, Sid. Well, we better take measurements of the track and wheelbase, Fred. Not much more we can do till the doctor comes. We'll be along any minute now.
It didn't take the police long to discover the identity of the murdered woman. She was Irene Wilkins of Streatham, London. And within a few hours, her widowed mother was then on her way to Bournemouth to see Superintendent Garrett in charge of the case.
Irene had been advertising in the paper for a position as lady cook. They answered by telegram, asking you to come down immediately.
Where was the telegram from, Mrs. Wilkins? Do you remember? This may be very important.
Oh, I remember where it came from, all right. It was from Boscombe.
Splendid.
I hope you'll get the brute that killed my poor girl.
We'll get him all right. You must be brave and help us all you can.
Oh, I'm sorry I gave way like that. But it does seem such a shame.
I wonder if you can remember the date on the telegram.
Well, it came Monday morning. Now, that would be the...
December the 22nd. This gives us something to work on. Sergeant Harris? Yes, sir? Come here a minute. I want you to go to the post office at Boscombe.
Yes, sir.
Tell them I want to see the original telegram form that a customer handed in on the 22nd to be sent to this address. Wilkins, Solmere Road, Streatham.
Very good, sir. Boscombe. We've heard that name before, haven't we? And Boscombe is only a couple of miles from Bournemouth. So it didn't take Detective Sergeant Ellis long to get there, nor did it take long for one of the post office clerks to search through the files and find the original copy of the telegram sent to Irene Wilkins. Sergeant Ellis made a quick trip back to Superintendent Garrett's office at Bournemouth.
Fast work, Elliot. Now, let's see what we can get from this telegram. Morning Post. That must be the newspaper Miss Wilkins advertised in. Come immediately, 4:30 train, Waterloo, Bournemouth Central. Something will meet. Oh, car. That's what it is. Car will meet train, expense no object, urgent. Signed Carver, Woolbeach House.
I checked up the name and address, sir. They're both fictitious.
Well, that was to be expected. I'd say this was probably written by a man. You have anything peculiar about the spelling?
I did, sir. It's almost as bad as the handwriting. That's pretty awful.
Right. Here's immediately spelled with an I instead of an E. No E in Bournemouth. And expense with a C instead of an S. This might give us something to work on.
Well, a car did meet Irene Wilkins, sir. We've got the measurements. We know the make of tires it was fitted with.
Yes, we may be able to do something with that in time. But I think our best line for the present is through this telegram.
The handwriting and spelling are distinctive, sir.
Put out a general inquiry, see if any more telegrams with peculiar spelling have been sent off lately. If so, get me the originals. Try the Boston area first and work out from there.
Very good, sir.
When Scotland Yard takes over an investigation, no clue is too small to be considered. Postal headquarters in London were asked to make inquiries throughout all their offices in the British Isles. It took a bit of time for Ellis to check all the branch post offices in the Bournemouth district, and it was some days later before he reported back to the superintendent, weary but triumphant.
Come in. Ah, it's you, Ellis. Any results?
Yes, sir. Not bad at all. 2 telegrams received during the last month with similar errors of spelling.
Good.
This is the first one, sir.
Addressed at Dickinson.
Yes, sir. The handwriting matches.
Odd name, this. And sent from Hampstead this time. Advertisement. Immediate interview desired. Come Waterloo, Bournemouth. Remain night if desire. Expenses given. Car will meet train. Signed Mrs. Cooper. Train spelling mistake, something? Immediate with an I instead of an E. Bournemouth without an E again. If with 2 F's and expenses spelled with a C. Definitely looks like the same chap.
I agree, sir.
What happened to Mrs. or Miss, whichever it is, Dickinson?
No, the car didn't meet her, sir, so she went back to London.
Lucky for her, I should think. When was this sent?
December the 17th. Here's the other one, sir. Sent 2 days later on the 19th to a domestic employment agency.
Please send by 5:30 Waterloo to Boston train. Young, pleasant nurse companion of a girl of 20. Car will meet train. There's another spelling mistake in this one. Pleasant with no A. In addition, all of them seem to have the same phrase. Car will meet. What do you think about it, Ellis?
Oh, well, sir, I think that both telegrams are decoys sent by the same person.
You contacted the employment agency, of course?
Yes, sir. They sent a letter to the address given, Butler, Boscombe Grange, asking for more particulars. They got no reply. So did nothing further in the matter.
Right. Well, it's back to the Boston post office for you, Ellis. You must be getting quite popular with the young ladies there.
No, sir.
What?
I'm not oversensitive, sir, but I get the feeling they think I'm a nuisance.
Well, now's your chance to change all that. Get talking to the clerks and see if you can find one who remembers accepting any of our illiterate friends' telegrams.
It's only a small post office, sir, just a man and a girl. The girl seems intelligent.
Fine. Off you go, and good hunting.
So Sergeant Elliot trotted back to the little post office at Boscombe, and his luck was in. He found Miss Watkins, the girl clerk, there alone. Ellis had not overstated the case. She was intelligent and not reluctant to talk. Quite the reverse.
I brought along a copy of a telegram, Miss Watson. One that was sent from this office. Would you mind looking at it and seeing if you remember it?
I'll try, but I don't promise I'll recognize it, mind you.
I understand that. Here it is. Take a look.
We have so many through here, you'd be surprised. They're talking of opening a bigger post office. We've really got more business than we can handle here.
Well, come to that, it might have been the other clerk that took this one.
Well, now, isn't that funny? After all the excuses I've been making, I do remember taking in this wire.
Splendid. Recollect anything about the sender?
Now, wait a minute. There was something. It was a man, I'm certain of that.
What'd he look like?
I'm afraid I can't remember much about his looks, Sergeant Ellis, or what he was wearing. Still, there's something about that telegram nagging at the back of my mind.
Why, it'll come, don't worry. And take your time. That's what I find helps most when I'm trying to remember something. Try too hard, it just takes you that much longer.
But you say it's important.
Oh, it might be.
Let me read it again. Morning Post. Come immediately. 4:30 train, Waterloo, Bournemouth Central. Terrible writing, isn't it?
Yes.
Something will meet. Oh, car will meet. That's it. Of course, I've remembered.
I knew you would.
His voice. I'd remember it anywhere. Now, I'll tell you why. There was that one word I couldn't read. That word car. So I asked him what it was. And he said, car will meet. Now, I don't know why, but his voice gave me the creeps. It wasn't anything he said. I'm just sensitive to voices. I'd recognize that voice again anywhere.
It's going to be a bit of a job, finding a man by the sound of his voice. Still, you never know.
Well, I don't blame Ellis to you for thinking it was pretty much of a wild goose chase. But as he said, you'll never know. Meanwhile, other detectives were busy in the Bournemouth-Boscombe area, questioning both owners and chauffeurs of all cars whose general measurements might fit the tracks left at the scene of the crime. And here's where the name of Thomas Henry Alloway comes into our story. He was chauffeur to a Mr. Sutton, who owned a big grey saloon.
What were your movements, Mr. Alloway, during the late afternoon evening of December the 22nd last?
That was Monday. Being the old man's late night, I went down to the station about 5:30, picked him up, drove him back, and took the car away at 6 o'clock.
Do you have your own key for garage?
No, there's only one. Mr. Sutton keeps tight hold of it. I locked up, turned the key in like I always do.
I see.
Then I went into Bournemouth and had a bit of supper at the Duke's Arms and went to the cinema. After that, came home and went to bed. What else was there to do? Pubs were all closed for then.
You seem to remember it all very clearly, considering this happened over a month ago.
What's the matter? Is it a crime to have a good memory?
Have you got a good memory for spelling?
What do you mean, spelling? Yes. What are you getting at?
Well, did you ever have any difficulty with certain words?
I don't know.
Well, let's find out. Here, take this pencil and write in this notebook while I dictate.
At first,
The experiment was a flop. Alloway's handwriting turned out to be entirely different from that on the telegram. And what's more, his spelling was quite correct when it came to writing out sentences that used the misspelled words. No, it didn't look as though he could be the man Scotland Yard was after. More and more, Superintendent Garrett was coming to realize he had a really tough case on his hands.
You know, Elliot, we shouldn't have let the postal authorities talk us into publishing those telegrams in the newspapers.
Well, sir, it did seem a good idea at the time. It made it a lot easier for them to circularize the details of what we were after.
Yes, but it's probably tipped off our murderer to change his handwriting and brush up on his spelling. He's clever, whoever he is.
Of course, there haven't been any more telegrams.
No. No. Judging from this report, it doesn't look as if Alloway's our man. The car's about the right size, but the tires don't match.
He says he hasn't changed them since he put them on himself 4 months ago.
What about the owner of the car, Mr. Sutton?
Another chance, sir. Watertight alibi for the whole evening.
Ellis, my friend, I'm afraid for the moment we're stuck.
Yes, Scotland Yard was stuck. Just for a moment. Then coincidence took a hand, as it so often does in crime investigations. You'll hear about it in just a moment. Against any criminal getting away with it are enormous. Just think of all the details he has to take care of in planning out a crime. If just one goes wrong, he's likely to find himself in more than a spot of bother. He's got to think of himself and what he's doing first, last, and always. And he may overlook the fact that other people unimportant to him may notice things and remember them. Like Miss Watkins, the postal clerk, with her flair for remembering voices. One day, Thomas Alloway took a parcel into a Bournemouth post office. And it so happened that the clerk he handed it to was, yes, you're right, Miss Watkins, who had just been transferred there from the Boscombe branch.
I want to send this parcel. I'm in a hurry.
Let me have it. I'll wait. I know that voice.
Who is he? An old boyfriend?
No fear. That'll be 8 halfpenny.
8.5. I've got the exact change, I think. Half a tick. Yes, yes. Here you are. And don't punt that parcel around. If you bother to look at it, you'll see it's marked fragile.
That's the man who sent that telegram. Quick, come to the window. Yes, he's getting into a car. A grey one. Can you see the license number? LK. Oh, I can't quite see it.
LK 7405.
LK 7405. Look out for the counter. I must get on to the police at once. What a bit of luck meeting him. And it was him, too. I'd know that voice anywhere.
Yes? Oh, hello, Miss Watkins. Huh? Yes, of course I remember you. He has? You got the number. Excellent. LK7405. Good work. Thank you. Ellis, that's your friend Miss Watkins. She's recognized the man who sent the wire, and she's got the license number of his car. LK7405. Did it ring a bell?
Just a sec, sir. I'll look through the chauffeur, could you? No. Yes. That's Mr. Sutton's car. The chauffeur was Thomas Henry Alloway.
That fellow again. We can't charge a man with murder because his voice resembles somebody who once sent a telegram.
There's not much support for his alibi, sir. Apart from the car being locked in the garage that night, he could have had a duplicate key made.
I'm afraid all we can do for the moment is to keep a very close watch on that gentleman. If he is our man, perhaps he'll slip up somewhere.
No such luck. More time went by and nothing happened. And then, believe it or not, another coincidence. Remember, this is a true case, and I'm telling you to exactly as it took place. Another little fact popped up that Alloway hadn't accounted for, because he'd been concentrating on himself at the time. Superintendent Garrett received a call from a man named Humphreys.
Now, Mr. Humphreys, tell us your story in your own words.
Well, Superintendent, I traveled down to Boston on December the 22nd in the same train as Miss Wilkins.
Excuse me, you didn't know Miss Wilkins?
No, but I recognized her photograph later in the paper. Although by that time, there was nothing much I could do about it.
But I don't follow.
Well, I'll explain. I'd come to Boston to spend the night with friends just before a business trip I was taking abroad. Next day, early, I took the train to Southampton and went on board the boat. I probably wouldn't have seen the papers at all, except that we were late in sailing, and my cabin steward brought on board an early afternoon edition.
I see. That explains a lot.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I didn't see the paper until after dinner that night, and we'd been at sea several hours.
Right, go on.
Well, of course, I was horrified to read at what had happened. She was a nice-looking girl. But there didn't seem to be anything I could do, so, well, I'm afraid I just left it at that.
Too bad. Still, I quite understand. Now, to come back to the day of the murder, you say in your letter that you saw Miss Wilkins get into a car.
Yes. When we got off our train and were having our tickets collected, I was standing right behind her. That's when I noticed her hat.
Mm-hmm.
I saw her into this car, and I noticed it particularly because it had a peculiar luggage rack, a design I hadn't seen before. That may seem odd to you, but I must explain that I'm a motor car body designer by profession.
So naturally a detail like that would catch your eye.
That's it. But I didn't notice the license number of the car. And it wasn't until the day before yesterday that I came back on a visit to Boston. And by a strange coincidence, yesterday I spotted that same car again, recognized it at once.
By the luggage rack?
Yes. The whole thing came back to me in a flash. And this time I took the number as the car was past me. My friends told me the case hadn't yet been cleared up, and so I immediately wrote to you.
That's very interesting indeed, Mr. Humphreys. I think this evidence may be of great value to us. Now, just one more thing. You see this pile of ladies' hats on the table? Can you identify any one of them?
Yes. This one. The girl I saw get into the car was wearing it.
That's the hat found beside the murdered body of Irene Wilkins.
Definite proof, you say? No, not yet. But the case against Thomas Alloway was building up. What about the handwriting on the telegram? Superintendent Garrett had a bright idea. He needed something written by Alloway before the time of the murder, and was able to obtain the application form Alloway had filled out for his chauffeur's driving license. Would they match? They did. Perfectly. Proving beyond a doubt that Alloway had disguised his handwriting during the police test. Somehow, we'll never know how, Alloway learned of this new development, and knowing that he'd been closely watched for weeks, it was too much. He cracked. He forged his bus's signature to 6 checks and bolted. Well, that did it. Alloway was off like a fox with the hounds after it. The police immediately issued a warrant for his arrest and searched his flat. There they found a duplicate key to the garage. So he could have taken the car out again that fatal night without Mr. Sutton knowing. And Alloway, where did he disappear to? How on earth do you find one person among 45 million? You and I couldn't do it on our own, but if we had a vast organization like Scotland Yard behind us, it would only be a matter of time before we found our man. And so Superintendent Garrett wasn't too surprised when he got a telephone call from the police at Reading. That's 90 miles away from Bournemouth.
Hello. Superintendent Garrett here.
We've got some good news for you, Superintendent. This is Reading Police Headquarters. We've picked up Thomas Alloway.
Oh, nice going. How'd you pick him up?
He came into a garage here, wanted a job as a mechanic. We'll bring him along to you.
Sounds simple, doesn't it? But I'm sure you can imagine the many hours of patient work and the hundreds of inquiries that finally resulted in Alloway's arrest. On him, the police found cards and letters in his own handwriting that matched up nicely with the telegrams. As Superintendent Garrett put it, a distinctive, ugly scrawl as nasty as the man himself.
Looks now as though we've got an open and shut case of it. And there's just one thing more. Get a dozen of those chauffeurs we interviewed and Mr. Alloway. I want to see if Miss Watkins can pick him out of a crowd by his voice alone. Now, Miss Watkins, you're not nervous, are you?
Just a little. Now, don't mind me. I'll do whatever I can to help.
Good. Well, what I want you to do is very simple. In the next room are several men. When we go in there, they'll have their backs turned to you, and you turn yours to them.
I can't see them then.
No, that's very important. They'll each in turn say certain words. If you recognize any of their voices, I want you to say so at once.
All right.
Ready?
Yes.
Now then, just stand here, facing the wall. All right, Ellis. Carry on when you're ready.
Very good, sir. Will you read the words written on this card? Car will meet.
Second man.
Car will meet.
Third man.
Car will meet.
That's the man.
Thank you, Miss Watkins. That is Thomas Alloway.
And without any doubt, Thomas Alloway was a clever man in several ways. But like every other human being, he unfortunately had his weaknesses. If you set out to plan a crime, and I hope you don't do it very often, you should always make allowances for the unexpected. Alloway didn't. His complete disregard for anyone but himself brought about his downfall. When brought to trial, Alloway put up a bold defense in spite of the overwhelming weight of evidence produced by Scotland Yard. The vital and decisive moment came while Alloway was in the witness box being questioned by the counsel for the prosecution.
And now, Mr. Alloway, there are certain words I want you to spell, and I want you to be very careful.
All right, go ahead.
The first word is Bournemouth. Will you spell that, please?
Bournemouth.
Thank you. And now, expense. The word expense.
Expense.
Right. Next, immediate.
IMMEDIATE.
Now, would you spell pleasant?
P-L-E-S-E-N-T.
P-L-E-S-E-N-T, like you spell present?
Yes.
His memory had failed him. He'd forgotten to check over the spelling in the telegram to the employment agency asking for a pleasant young nurse. His error, coming when it did, was enough to tip the scales of justice against him. Thomas Henley Alloway was convicted and hanged. We've called this case Accurate Spelling is Essential. Of course, you say, if Alloway hadn't been a poor speller, he might have got away with murder. But there are more ifs in the story than that one. If Humphreys hadn't been a motor car body designer, he probably never would have noticed that luggage rack on Alloway's car and so wouldn't have remembered it. If he hadn't left on his business trip when he did, his evidence would have been available immediately after the murder. If the police hadn't been forced to concentrate on the only other evidence they had, the telegram sent by Alloway to his victim, they might never have discovered Miss Watkins, the postal clerk. If she hadn't had a special talent for remembering voices, she might never have noticed Alloway. I think you'll agree with me that the long arm of coincidence played a large part in this case. For if none of these things had happened as and when they did, the murderer of Irene Wilkins might never have been brought to justice. By the way, are you good at spelling? I'm not bad, but after listening to this case, I'm sure you'll agree that it's always wise to keep a dictionary handy. In the next case I shall be telling you about, coincidence plays no part at all. But that's for the next time. Now, until we meet again, I must close this casebook of the secrets of Scotland Yard.
In The Secrets of Scotland Yard.
How do you do? Is there such a thing as the perfect crime? If so, it's no place in this program. We're concerned with the majority of crimes, the imperfect ones. And yet, every so often, there comes a crime so very near to perfection that the criminals themselves must have believed at one stage of the game that they would really get away with it. And yet, invariably, they were wrong. Such is our case today, a classic in the annals of the tricksters. You've heard the expression safe as the Bank of England. For more than a century, that expression has signified the stability of a great British institution. Stability, yes, but invulnerable, I wonder. The title of this program is The Bank of England Robbery. Standing on an island site in the heart of the city of London is the home of the old lady of Threadneedle Street.
This is the affectionate name by which the Bank of England is known the world over. Her stone walls are guarded at night by a company of guardsmen, and her gold and good name are guarded by day by the vigil of the clerks and managers. This is as true today as it was equally true almost 100 years ago. The time is the year 1873. Strolling along a city street in the summer of that year are two men. One is an inspector from Scotland Yard. The other is the famous American detective Arthur Pinkerton, who was over in England at the time in connection with some investigations for one of his American clients.
Oh, beautiful day, Inspector Shore.
Yes, Mr. Pinkerton, you've certainly brought the fine weather with you.
I guess it's just a fallacy in America, but we always believe you have nothing but rain and fog in England.
Well, I certainly wouldn't like to conceal anything from you, Mr. Pinkerton, and we do have our fair share of fog and rain, but all the same, I think...
What? Wait a minute.
Oh, what is it?
See those two fellows ahead of us?
What, you mean those two businessmen?
Yeah, and unless I'm very much mistaken, they're in a pretty queer business.
Oh, can't say I recognize them. Hey, look, they're crossing the road.
Come on, we'll keep on this side, but try to draw level.
No, they're strangers to me.
But not to me. Unless I'm very much mistaken, their names are George Bidwell and George McDonnell. Bidwell has been mixed up in crime all his life. McDonnell is a convicted forger. Both of them are well-educated and will stop at nothing. I didn't know they were in England.
Well, thanks for the information. Oh, by the way, Pinkerton, do they specialize in any particular type of crime?
Yeah, robbing banks.
Detective Inspector Shaw arranged for the men to be shadowed. For the next few months, Scotland Yard kept a close watch on their movements. As an additional precaution, Scotland Yard sent a circular letter to the London banks, warning them of the presence of Bidwell and McDonnell in Europe. However, the majority of the banks had their own system of precaution, and the bank managers were not very impressed.
Another of these circular letters from Scotland Yard. I don't know what they take us for. A bunch of fools, I suppose. A couple of American tricksters over here. I suppose they think they can get away with the sort of trickery they use in New York. Oh, I get as surprised as they try it over here. I'd like to see them try it.
His wish was to be fulfilled. The months went by, and no more news was heard of Bidwell and McDonnell. They both went over to the continent, and Scotland Yard gave up their watch. Then, a few months later, Scotland Yard received an urgent message from the Bank of England.
Thank goodness you're here, Inspector. Immediately my attention was drawn to this forgery, I sent for you personally. I felt that if any man could help us, it'd be you.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Mr. May. Well, now, suppose you give me all the facts of the case.
Well, this morning, I had a message from Colonel Fraser, who is the manager of our West End branch. Among the bills cleared by him yesterday were 2 notes to the value of £1,000 each, in the name of a very respectable financier, Mr. Blydenstein.
You mean that these notes were signed by Mr. Blydenstein and were, in fact, promissory notes to the value of £1,000 each?
That is correct. Each notes such as these, provided they are genuine and signed by a reputable banker or financier, are accepted by the Bank of England as full security. In fact, just as if they were actual money.
And in due course, these bills go through to Mr. Blydenstein, who pays them, and the transaction is completed.
Yes, of course. Such bills are usually post-dated. In fact, that is the reason they're lodged with the bank. On the date stated, they would go to Mr. Blydenstein, who would pay up.
And these bills were, I presume, credited to the account of one of your customers at the West End branch?
Yes, the account of a Mr. Warren, a businessman of considerable interest. He's an American.
Oh, an American. You say he has considerable interests. Has he had the account for the bank for a long time?
Not a very long time. No, I've had a talk with Colonel Fraser, and I gather, in point of fact, he's only had Mr. Warren's account for about a year. But that, of course, is explained by Mr. Warren being an American. He's over here in connection with the construction of the new Pullman trains. He's having a number of these trains built in Birmingham for use in England and on the continent.
Oh, how did you know this?
He told Colonel Fraser.
I see.
Now, I should not want you to think that Colonel Fraser relied on Mr. Warren's word concerning his stability. During the past year, a considerable amount of business has gone through his account. I need hardly add that there's been no grounds for suspicion in connection with Mr. Warren's account. We've had bills against some of the most reputable bankers and financiers in Europe, including Rothschild. And in every case, the bills were genuine, because they've been met.
Yes, but this one against Mr.
Mr. Bleidenstein.
Yes, this is a forgery.
That is correct. And the awful thing is that we might not have known it for some time if it hadn't been for the mistake.
Oh, what mistake?
Well, I told you, these bills were made out to be payable on a certain date.
Yes?
Well, on this particular bill, there was no date. It was noticed by one of the clerks, and Colonel Fraser sent it round to Mr. Bleidenstein to have the correct date added. It was then we learnt it was a forgery.
And when did Mr. Warren hand this bill into the bank?
He didn't actually hand it in. I understand that he's been away in Birmingham for the last few months, and he had been in the habit of sending bills by registered post.
Sending bills? Oh, in fact, you mean that he's made a habit of this sending bills?
Yes.
And what's the state of his account?
Well, there's about £5,000 in it. A very considerable amount of money has passed through the account in the past few months, and most of it has been withdrawn through cheques made payable to a Mr. Horton, who has an account at the Continental Bank in London.
Mm-hmm. And what money has been paid into Mr. Warren's account to meet these cheques?
Not much money. Most of it is represented by bills which will fall due during the next few months.
Oh. And in the meantime, the Bank of England has credited Mr. Warren. About how much money do these bills represent?
Well, I've only glanced at the figures, but I should estimate it must be something in the neighborhood of £100,000.
£100,000. Mr. Warren didn't do things by halves. Immediately, Scotland Yard acted. Obviously, the account at the Continental Bank, in the name of Horton, was the means whereby the criminals were extracting the money. On the very day while Mr. May and the inspector were visiting the Continental Bank, a young man came in to cash one of Mr. Warren's cheques.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
I've come to cash this cheque.
Oh, thank you, sir. If you'll just wait 1 moment, will you, sir?
Yes, that's the account.
All right, Mr. May. Just 1 moment, please.
Yes? Anything the matter?
I'm a police officer. If you'd accompany me to the manager's office, I'd like a word with you.
The young man, whose name was Noyes, turned out to be the clerk to Mr. Horton. He denied all knowledge of the plot and said that he'd only been in Mr. Horton's employment for a matter of months.
We've checked up at the lodging house where he's staying, and I gather that he talks quite freely of his post with Mr. Horton.
When did he meet Horton?
Evidently, he put an advertisement in the newspaper saying that he was seeking a situation and could put up some money as a guarantee of his being trustworthy. He gave Horton £150 to keep in trust. Needless to say, Horton has disappeared. All the same, I don't quite trust Mr. Noyes. I think he knows more than he's saying.
Further inquiries revealed that Noyes had come from America and that he'd arrived only 6 months ago. Pinkerton, the American detective, was now back in New York and acting on behalf of the bank. He helped Scotland Yard with information they urgently needed. Pinkerton advised London that a relative of Noyes had received that same month a draft for £1,000. For a junior clerk, Mr. Noyes was very well paid.
It's no use, you know. You'd better tell us the truth. Where did you get this £1,000?
What £1,000?
Did Horton give it to you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where is Horton? I warned you before, you'd do well to tell all you know.
But the gang had chosen well. They knew that Noyes would keep his mouth shut. Already, however, the gigantic proportions of the crime had aroused the indignation of the country. It transpired that every one of the bills held by the Bank of England were forged. All the genuine bills that had been passed through the account of Mr. Warren during the previous year had been used by the gang both to create confidence in Mr. Warren's stability and to act as a basis for the forgeries they were planning to carry out. The Bank of England, to use an American expression of a different generation, had been taken for a ride. Needless to say, Horton, Warren, and every trace of the money had completely disappeared. The hunt was on. Needed no great feat of detection on the part of Scotland Yard and Pinkerton to identify Horton and Warren as George Bidwell and George MacDonald. The only pity was their previous warning to the London banks was not taken a little more seriously.
We know for certain that MacDonald left England before the very first forged bill was lodged at the bank. He was taking no risk. He went to France, and so far we haven't picked up his trail. But we've reason to suspect, however, that he's headed for South America.
But what about the money?
That isn't going to be easy to trace. After Noyes cashed the cheque at the Continental Bank, he took the banknotes to the Bank of England and exchanged them for gold sovereigns.
Surely we can find this hoard of gold.
Hold on a minute. I believe they changed the gold back into notes, back into gold sovereigns, and then into American bonds. One can't help admiring their thoroughness.
I really cannot share your admiration.
No, Mr. May, I don't suppose you can. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that if MacDonald has got away, Bidwell is still in this country. We're having every port watched, and we're putting our own Scotland Yard men to keep an eye on the American boats. I don't think he'll get away.
George Bidwell was a man of infinite resource. He actually followed Noyes on his visit to the bank on that ill-fated day, and he'd seen him come out, accompanied by a police officer, and immediately realized that the game was up. To endeavor to get out of England in any ordinary way was out of the question. Although Bidwell was only some 40 years old, he'd spent the greater part of his life dodging the police of various countries. Having destroyed all the evidence at his lodgings, he made his way to one of London's great railway stations. He took the precaution of having a porter buy his ticket to Dublin, and then, to quote his own words,
I intended taking the 9 p.m. mail train, and as a precaution, I waited until the last moment after the passengers were on board and the waiting room doors shut. As the mail was being transferred from the wagons to the train, I took the opportunity to walk through the big gate unobserved amid the rush and confusion. The car doors were all locked, but on showing my ticket to a guard, he let me into a compartment, no doubt supposing that I had obtained admission to the station from the waiting room and had been loitering about. The same was probably the case with the 2 or 3 other men looking out of the waiting room window at the platform, whom I judged to be detectives. The train rolled out of the station, and soon I was leaving London behind at the rate of 50 miles an hour. After midnight, we took the steamer to Holyhead and arrived at Dublin about 7 a.m. I should not have felt so comfortable throughout this night's journey had I known that the telegraph was flashing in all directions.
£500 reward for the capture of George Bidwell, who is supposed to be one of the persons engaged in the great bank forgery. He is an American citizen, about 40 years of age, of dark complexion, and is alleged to be in Ireland.
Bidwell went on to Cork, and as he left the station, was followed by two detectives. One of them inquired whether he'd ever been there before. With a haughty yes, he walked slowly away. He made his way to a wharf where a tender was waiting to convey passengers and mail to the liner SS Atlantic.
On entering, I found the place crowded and the tugboat ready to convey the passengers to the steamer Atlantic. Before attempting to step aboard the tug, I took a look around and saw my two detectives standing back in one corner with their eyes fixed on me, all but their heads being concealed behind the crowd, waiting to see their friends off for America. Apparently unconscious of their presence, I threw my papers one by one down among the passengers, and as the deck of the boat was 8 or 10 feet below, the detectives could not see to whom they were being thrown. I stood leaning on the rail for a short time, gazing at the scene, then left the wharf, not even glancing in the direction of the detectives. I felt that any attempt of mine to embark would precipitate their movements. Therefore, I at once abandoned all ideas of taking passage for Queenstown.
Bidwell was luckier than he realized at the time. On that trip, the Atlantic struck a rock off the coast of Nova Scotia, and of 1,002 people aboard, 560 lost their lives. All the rest of the evening, George Bidwell spent in trying to shake off the detectives who were shadowing him. Quite likely, these men were only acting on a general suspicion and did not care to take any definite action till they were made more sure that he was the wanted man. He stayed that night at a commercial hotel. When he went to the post office, where he'd arranged to collect mail in the name of Bodle, he realized that he was being watched. He hired a jaunting car and set off to the country.
Sure, you're a nervous man, sir.
Nervous? Why should I be nervous?
And why should you tell me in any case? You need not be frightened of me, sir. There's many a true patriot in Ireland that's nervous these days. I know you're a patriot, sir, and there are many doing what you're doing.
How do you know I am?
Trust in me. There are many in Ireland who will protect you.
When they reached a small town, Bidwell dismissed the jaunting car and decided to stay the night at an hotel. Glancing at a recent paper in the sitting room, he learned for the first time that his real name was known to the police, and that he was suspected to be in Ireland.
I sat in a hotel, utterly dumbfounded, bewildered, paralyzed. I'd experienced some shocks, some takedowns in my time, but never one to compare with this. Arousing myself from a state of mental stupefaction, hitherto unknown, I put the paper into the fire and retired to the room allotted to me.
But in the morning, he was off on the road again, posing as a Fenian, an Irish revolutionary. He managed to make his way to Dublin. He put up at a small hotel and might well have escaped detention if he hadn't left behind him his scarf with the initials GB. This was seen by one of the maids.
I found this in his room, sir. He must have left it out when he was packing.
Ah, this is our man, all right. I want every man you can spare to watch all the trains from Dublin tonight.
Very good, sir.
He must not get away. He must not get away.
But he did, to Belfast, where, pretending to be a Frenchman, he managed to get on a boat to Glasgow. From there, he went on to Edinburgh, where he posed as a German medical student. For over 3 months, he lived there, corresponding with friends in America and successfully concealing his identity. Every day, he went for a brief stroll to buy the latest Edinburgh and London papers. The newsagent, not entirely taken in by Bidwell's disguise, felt there was something suspicious about his customer. He happened to mention it to another customer who worked for a firm of lawyers. And among the clients of this firm of lawyers was the Bank of England. By such a slender chain of circumstances and luck, information concerning this mysterious stranger came back to Scotland Yard. Bidwell was followed. He took flight, tried to get away. This time he did not succeed.
I tell you I'm no Fenian.
I know that.
Then what do you want me for?
For forgery.
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do.
Meantime, the arrest of the other principal in the conspiracy was no less tinged with melodrama. There was a worldwide hue and cry. In America, Pinkerton was leading exhaustive inquiries into the background of the gang. The trail, in the end, led to Cuba, where other members of the gang were found and arrested. As for McDonnell, he fled aboard the liner Thuringia, and his arrest was only achieved after a melodramatic boat race in the New York harbor. And what of the loot?
Among the few clues which had not been destroyed by McDonnell and Bidwell was a letter which mentioned a certain Major Matthews. With his name as our guide, we went through the shipping records of every mailboat company. And at last we found trace of a trunk of clothing which had been sent to the depot of the North Atlantic Express Company in New York to be called for by Major Matthews. Wrapped up in the soiled linen were found 3 bundles of bonds to the total value of almost $300,000.
And if those of you who are inclined to think that the modern criminals know more tricks than their predecessors, remember this amazing story occurred in 1873. When the various accused came to trial in August of that year, there was such a vast array of evidence against them that there was little to be said in their defense. It says much for their characters that they were principally concerned in seeing that the innocent did not suffer for their actions. Bidwell spoke of the manager of the West End branch of the Bank of England.
I should like to say concerning Colonel Fraser that I hope as the years go by, his resentment against me will wear away. I know that a lot of people have blamed him, but I should like to say that any other man in London, however able, had he been in Colonel Fraser's position, would have been deceived by us. I'd like to say how sorry I am that he was deceived. That is all I have to say.
The commercial world was horrified by the revelation that the greatest bank in England could be tricked, deceived, and despoiled. In those days of harsh sentences, the criminals could have little hope of mercy. On the 8th day of the trial, after the men had been found guilty, the Lord Chief Justice proclaimed sentence.
You, who now ask for mercy, and who are not restrained by respect for law and honesty, must be met with a terrible retribution. And it should be well known that persons who commit crime, which only persons of education sometimes commit, will be sure to meet with a very heavy punishment. I cannot see a reason to make a distinction in the sentence I am about to pass. In regard to that sentence, if I could conceive any case of forgery worse than this, I should have endeavored to take into consideration whether such punishment less than the maximum might have been sufficient. But as I cannot conceive a worse case, I see no reason for mitigating the sentence. That sentence is that each and all of you be kept in penal servitude for life. And in addition to that sentence, I order that each one of you shall pay 1/4 of the costs of the prosecution.
20 years were passed by before the last of these criminals was released. Bidwell lived to write the story of his infamous crime. As for the rest, there's a trace. Have you noticed one thing about this story? At each stage, the almost perfect crime was spoilt, not by the diligence of the bank or the law, but by those little errors which, as we've learned in the series, time after time, give the criminals away. If Bidwell had been a little less greedy, he might have escaped. Remember, those two bills which led to their downfall were not detected because they were forged, but because he'd forgotten to fill in the date. Again, after all Bidwell's ingenuity to avoid arrest, he put the police on his trail in Dublin by forgetting to pack his scarf. The Bank of England robbery was called the crime of the century, but like most other crimes, it was far from being perfect. Well, that's all for now. At our next meeting, I hope to be able to tell you more of the secrets of Scotland Yard.
The Secrets of Scotland Yard is distributed by the Center for Telecommunication Services, the University of Texas at Austin, by special arrangement with the Overseas Programming Companies Limited. This is the Longhorn Radio Network.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooke. You remember the story of the little boy who was carrying an even smaller boy up a hill? Someone stopped him and asked whether the burden was not too much for him. "This isn't a burden," he replied. "It's my brother." That was the sort of reply that Patrick Staunton might have given had anyone ever asked whether the weight of his brother's responsibilities was not sometimes too heavy for him to bear. The love that Patrick Staunton bore his younger brother Louis was something quite out of the ordinary, and it involved them both in a case that was also quite out of the ordinary. I want to tell you about it today. Few people can find anything good to say about a murderer, and yet most criminals have some virtue. It's just that it can't be seen for surrounding vices. For instance, there was a charm about Neville Heath. There was gentleness in Dr. Crippen. There was a sense of humor in Charlie Peace. There was a great deal of brotherly love in Patrick and Louis Staunton. It was the one quality which was constant in their approach to any person or any problem. It remained constant throughout their dealings in one of the most horrifying cases of the last century, the case of the brothers Staunton. It all happened in Kent around the year 1876. Yes, the lovely old village of Curram in Kent was for a short time spotlighted in the blaze of publicity surrounding the two brothers who lived there. Now, although Patrick Staunton was 2 years older than his brother Louis, he had nothing but admiration for him, while Louis, in his turn, regarded his older brother with something very near to hero worship. Both extremely good-looking lads, they'd been inseparable throughout their school days. The fact that Patrick became an artist, while Louis preferred the life of an auctioneer's clerk, did nothing to separate these two. Nor did their bonds of affection slacken in the slightest when Patrick, now 26, decided to get married to a girl named Elizabeth Rhodes.
You know, Louis, I've always thought that one of the nicest things about my going around with Elizabeth was that you were going around with her sister. Yes, Pat, we make a good foursome. Two brothers in love with two sisters. I'll never be able to thank you enough for introducing me to Alice. You are in love with her, aren't you? Well, I certainly like her a great deal. I wouldn't say that I was head over heels in love, as you are with Liz. Then I haven't such a fiery temperament, have I? Otherwise I might have been a painter as well.
Louis, I'm going to marry Liz.
Pat, why didn't you say so immediately? Congratulations, my dear old boy. Where is she? This is something to celebrate.
Now, just a minute, Louis. There's something I'd like to talk to you about first.
I know what it is. This house, eh? Well, of course you must have it, Pat. There certainly isn't room here for the three of us. I tell you what, Pat. What do you think of this for an idea? I'll go and live in Cherry Cottage. Then I'll only be 100 yards away from you.
That's a grand idea. Wait a bit, though. We've got enough money. They're asking quite a lot for it, you know.
Well, we have between us. Would you lend me a bit just for the time being?
I need to ask. Of course I will.
Now, what about this celebration?
Louis, it wasn't about the house I want to speak to you. You see, I was thinking about you and Alice.
Well, what about us, old man?
Well, I'm marrying Liz, and I was hoping that you might want to marry her sister. I mean, we four get on so well together, don't we?
I know what you mean, Pat. It would be a grand arrangement. But at present, I have other ideas about a wife.
Well, I rather felt that Alice was expecting a proposal for you any day now.
Look here, Pat, old man. Alice would be the last woman in the world to marry me in my present financial position. She made it quite plain to me that the only way I can hope to keep her with me is to earn, or acquire, enough money to make her very comfortable.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I suppose that means you have to wait some time.
I'm not so sure. I've been working on the problem, and I hope that within a fortnight I'll be able to announce to you my engagement.
You don't quite follow all this. You just said that Alice...
Forget Alice. The name of the young lady I hope to make Mrs. Staunton is Harriet.
What? Not Harriet Richardson.
The very same. 22 years of age, good background, plain as a pudding. Agreed. As plain as a pudding. But a very rich pudding. She has £4,000 in the bank.
I see. Are you in love with her?
Madly.
And if she hadn't any money?
Who knows? Perhaps I wouldn't have noticed her charms.
I always said you turn into a first-rate scoundrel.
Well, no one knows me better than you do, Pat.
Patrick Staunton's wedding went ahead without a hitch, but young Louis's engagement did not go quite so smoothly. The young lady in question, Harriet Richardson, was indeed extremely plain, nor did she make up for her physical deficiencies with any outstanding mental qualities. No one knew this better than her mother, Mrs. Richardson, and she was naturally suspicious when the dashing young Louis Staunton came to ask her for her daughter's hand.
I find it rather difficult to believe, Mr. Staunton, that after such a short acquaintance with my daughter, that you should be so infatuated.
Your daughter, madam, is to my mind the most desirable of companions. I'm happy to think that she returns my affection.
Oh, yes, I know Harriet is madly in love with you. But then, frankly, there have not been many young men who have paid her the attention that you have.
I cannot for the life of me think why not, Mrs. Richardson.
Come now, Mr. Staunton. Let us come out into the open. We are both aware that Harriet is, well, not pretty.
Physical attraction has never meant very much to me.
I wouldn't say that Harriet was particularly bright, either.
There I would venture to disagree.
In fact, the only real attraction she would seem to offer a good-looking young man such as yourself is her money.
Money, Mrs. Richardson?
You didn't know about her money, I suppose.
I believe Harriet did mention a small amount in the bank, but I hope you're not suggesting...
I am suggesting, Mr. Staunton, and I warn you that I shall do everything in my power to stop you marrying my daughter. Just because I realize her defects doesn't mean that I don't love her, you know. Her welfare is the most important thing in the world to me. If and when she marries, I want her husband to be someone who will love her for her many excellent qualities, not for her bank account. Good day, Mr. Staunton.
But in spite of all Mrs. Richardson's efforts to prevent it, the marriage between Harriet and Louis eventually took place. The bride's mother did not attend. So now the two brothers were both married. And although Louis no longer lived in Patrick's house, he was not far away, and the two couples saw much of each other. It was about 6 months after Louis's wedding that he took to coming to his brother's house almost every evening, without Harriet. And it wasn't entirely coincidence that his former sweetheart, Alice Rhodes, was staying with her sister, Mrs. Patrick Staunton.
Come in, Louis. We're expecting you. Harriet not with you? No, I left her at the cottage. Whew, there must be all of 6 inches of snow on the ground.
Now go in by the fire, I'll hang your coat up. There's someone inside who'd be glad to see you.
It's the best part of the day when I can come over here and see you all.
Well, it's an idea to fool ourselves that it's us you come to visit. Does Harriet know about you and Alice?
Well, I told her that I knew her before I married. Why
What are you doing out there, Pat? Bring Louis in here by the fire. He must be frozen.
Coming, my dear. Good evening, Liz. Hello, Alice.
Hello, Louis. Come over here by the fire, Louis. Unless you'd like to sit there with Alice.
Yes, thanks. I think I'll sit here.
Harriet stayed back at the cottage, I suppose.
Yes, she had a bit of a headache. She wanted to be left alone, and to tell you the truth, I was quite happy to leave her. She's rather trying when she's not well.
Poor Louis. I shouldn't think she's the most considerate of wives.
I wish I'd never married her.
You didn't exactly hope for companionship from her, did you, Louis?
Of course I didn't, but I never realized she'd be as maddening as this.
Poor Louis. You should have married me, after all.
I think we ought to leave these two together, don't you, Pat?
Yes, perhaps it would be a good idea. I want to turn in early. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow, Louis.
Look, I don't want to disturb you like this.
Nonsense! You haven't much chance of seeing Alice nowadays, and I know she'd like a good talk with you. Good night, both of you. Coming, sir?
Right, my dear.
I'm glad they've left us alone, Louis.
Alice, I wish we could be together more often. It's so stupid. All I married Harriet for was the money that could make you happy, and now we can't be together to share it. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought this for you. It's a gold watch.
Oh, Louis, you darling. Oh, what a beautiful thing it is, with my name on the back as well. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Alice, I'm going over to Bromley tomorrow for the day. Harriet won't be coming. Will you come with me?
Louis, I'd love to. Will you buy me some clothes?
I'll buy you whatever you want. What else is money for?
There were many little expeditions to Brumley and other places in the weeks to come. Alice Rhodes' name came to be linked with that of Louis Staunton whenever the village gossips met. And inevitably the rumors came to the ears of Mrs. Richardson, who didn't know where her daughter was and naturally was extremely worried. You see, Harriet had made it clear when she left her mother that she never wished to see her again, and for months there had been no word of the girl. But now, hearing of the behavior of her son-in-law, Mrs. Richardson made a personal visit to his brother Patrick, whom she knew to be living in the village of Curram. She was not, however, prepared for the reception that Patrick gave her.
Yes?
Mr. Patrick Staunton?
That's right. What is it you want, please? I'm out in the middle of a painting. I don't like being disturbed.
I wanted to have a talk with you about your brother, who is married to my youngest daughter, Harriet.
Oh, you are Mrs. Richardson?
Yes. Could you tell me something about them? I've had no word for over 7 months. I don't even know where they live.
Why should you want to know about them after the way you treated them at the time of the marriage?
Perhaps I was a bit hasty. Nevertheless, I'm very concerned about Harriet.
Very concerned indeed. When all you've done is to try to cause her misery. Let me tell you, madam, that your daughter has made a very good marriage. My brother Louis has made her far happier than she was when living at your home. And while I stand up, you'll not be allowed to come between them again.
You're being most insolent, Mr. Staunton. I have just assured you that I am anxious only for Harriet's welfare. Surely you can't refuse her mother her address.
I surely can, madam. I surely do. Goodbye.
But Mrs. Richardson was not to be put off so easily. Thoroughly concerned about her daughter, she renewed her inquiries in the village of Curram, and finally discovered that Harriet and Louis were living in Cherry Cottage, not 100 yards from the house she had just visited. To Cherry Cottage she went without delay, only to find when the door opened to her knock that Patrick Staunton had preceded her. This time he was even more offensive than before and threatened her with bodily harm if she ever dared to interfere again. Mrs. Richardson, now convinced that some serious mischief was afoot, went to the police.
And so, officer, I came straight to you. I'm sure something is going on in that house, and that whatever it is harming my daughter.
And just what is it you think may have happened, Mrs. Richmond?
Richardson is the name. I don't know what is going on. As I told you, Mr. Patrick Staunton refused to let me either enter his house or his brother's. Why should he do that unless he wanted to hide something from me?
Tell me, madam, did you get on very well with your son-in-law?
Louis Staunton? No, I did not.
And I think you said your daughter wrote that she did not want to see you anymore.
Yes, she did. But that was some time ago.
Well, now, wouldn't you say now, Mrs. Robertson?
Richardson.
So sorry, Richardson. Wouldn't you say that in the circumstances it would be quite natural for them to refuse you admittance to their house?
Officer, Inspector, whatever you are, my instinct is never wrong about these things. And I know instinctively that my daughter is in trouble.
Well, the best I can do then, madam, is to promise to keep an eye on the Staunton family and let you know should anything come up that's out of the usual. I'm sorry, but that's all I can do. And now, if you'll excuse me...
If I'd ever known the police in this village were so inefficient, I should never have bothered you. Good day.
Good day, Mrs.
Richardson.
Yes.
Unfortunately, village police are so used to dealing with village gossips that when a sincere person such as Mrs. Richardson comes along with a rather unlikely story, they're apt to treat her and her accusations with skepticism. It will surprise both the police and Mrs. Richardson to know that at the moment when this unsuccessful interview was taking place, Harriet Staunton was a prisoner, a starving prisoner in Cherry Cottage. Louis Staunton could not have hoped to hide forever from his wife the relationship between him and Alice Rhodes. In any case, Miss Rhodes was not as careful as she might have been. The more money Louis spent on her, the more her love for him grew. If she was away from the neighborhood for more than a few hours, she would send him long and passionate letters, fervently reminding him of her adoration. Though absence parts us for a while, and distance rolls between, believe whoever may revile, I'm still what I have been. It was thus that she ended one of her letters, the one that Harriet Staunton discovered. Harriet had a turbulent scene with her husband. Now, Louis Staunton did not like scenes. He wanted life to be easy, and at the moment it was far too noisy and complicated. With great confidence, he went to see his brother Patrick.
Pat, it's all got a bit too much. I can't stand the rows that are going on. Can't you suggest any way in which I can be free to see Alice whenever I want to?
There's only one way I can suggest, Louis. Leave Harriet.
But it's her money that keeps Alice to me, Pat. If I left Harriet, I'd be broke. I can't think of a way out. Harriet won't even allow Alice inside the house now.
Louis, why not let Harriet come over and stay with us? It couldn't then be said that you were leaving her. She's always complaining about lack of company, so she ought to be pleased to stay with us for a while.
Pat, it's a grand idea. I'm sure we could make her come. Then I'd have more freedom.
That's right, and you could come over quite often.
But you wouldn't like her here, Pat. She can be the most maddening person. I don't think you'll be able to stand her for long.
No, I think we can manage her, Louis. Anyway, the important thing is for you to be happy. You know, I'd do anything in the world to bring that about.
It's grand of you, Pat. But I insist on paying for her keep, though.
No nonsense, I wouldn't dream of such a thing.
But of course, look, I'll pay you £1 a week to keep her as a lodger.
All right, if you insist. £1 it is.
So Patrick took in his brother's wife as a lodger for £1 a week. This curious arrangement did not work very well. For one thing, Harriet was continually trying to leave the house to go in search of her husband. Now, Patrick didn't want his brother worried, so he had to keep doors and windows locked in whatever room Harriet was using at the moment. But still, she made a nuisance of herself. Like so many painters, Patrick found it quite impossible to work without complete silence around him. And while Harriet was in the house, he seemed destined to have only noise.
Liz, what can I do? It's quite impossible to paint with that screaming din going on. Isn't there any way we can have some peace?
I told you it's crazy to have her in the place. Why don't you send her back to Louis? She's his wife, let him take care of her.
I can't do that. Louis has as much right to be happy as anyone.
Really, Pat? You're so soft about that brother of yours.
No, Liz. Don't say anything you might regret.
All right, all right. Well, let's do something about Harriet. What about the attic? I could shove a mattress up there.
No, she'll just go on screaming. I've thrashed her 3 times today, and still she goes on.
We'll put her in the attic anyway. There's no way of escape from there, so at least we won't have to look around locking the doors and windows all day. And I will think of a way to keep her quiet. She must be pretty strong to bang and shout like that all the time. Perhaps her lungs wouldn't be quite so lusty if she had her food cut down.
Not only was Harriet's food cut down, it was cut off altogether. She was kept in a filthy room in the attic with very little air. It was not long before her strength failed completely. She was obviously very near death. None of the local doctors had seen Harriet, and Patrick was worried lest a death certificate should be hard to come by. The last thing he wanted was an inquest. Of course, there would have to be a funeral, but naturally he didn't want Mrs. Richardson to hear about that. In view of all these circumstances, it seemed eminently desirable that Harriet Staunton should die somewhere else than in Patrick's house. But where? It was finally decided that Penge should be the locality. Penge, a little town on the borderlines of the counties of Sussex and Kent. Louis and his sister-in-law, Liz, went to explore the locality. They found what they thought were ideal lodgings and paved the way for Harriet by having a chat with the landlady, a Mrs. Quist.
You see, Mrs. Quist, this lady is not a very healthy person.
Oh, bless you, I've taken care of invalids before.
I'm glad to hear it. Harriet is indeed an invalid. As relations, we feel very anxious to do all in our power to make her last days as comfortable as possible.
And you see, Mrs. Quist, the doctor that's been looking after her hasn't got our full confidence. We've heard that there are some good doctors here in Penge who will know how to treat a paralysis case.
Oh, bless you, yes. We've some wonderful doctors here. We'll take care of the poor lady for you.
I'm afraid she hasn't long for this world. Oh, and there's one other thing. Her illness sometimes makes her delirious. She says things against the very people who love her most. I thought I ought to warn you, so that you wouldn't pay any attention.
Oh, the poor soul. Don't worry, sir. I'll take good care of her.
And so Harriet was moved to the lodging house in Penge. Even the landlady, prepared as she had been by Louis' description of the patient, was shocked at Harriet's appearance. Her body was alive with vermin, and her skin resembled more the bark of a tree than human flesh. Patrick Staunton called in a local doctor on the same evening that Harriet came to Penge, but the case was hopeless. Harriet died within 24 hours. It seemed to Patrick and Louis that the burden of this woman's life was now lifted forever from their shoulders. Actually, Harriet Staunton was to prove far more troublesome dead than alive.
Where are you taking me now, Pat? I've come across a bit of a difficulty, Louis. We must make some inquiries. Well, what's the trouble? The fool of a doctor has given us a certificate. Did you read what he put on it? He says Harriet died from cerebral disease and apoplexy. Sounds terrible, doesn't it?
The certificate's all right. It's just what we wanted. But it has to be handed into a registrar.
Well, isn't there any register in Penge?
That's the trouble. There are two. I don't know which to go to.
Well, let's toss a coin for it.
No, you don't understand, Louis. You see, the lodging house where Harriet died was almost exactly on the borderline between Sussex and Kent. There are two registers in Penge. One for the Sussex side and the other for the Kent side. Now we have to find out which one to go to. I thought we'd ask at the chemist over there.
Well, that's no difficulty. Nothing wrong in asking a question. Here we are, then. Do you want to go on the road?
No, there's someone in there at the moment. We'd better wait until he comes out.
Oh, nonsense. What are you so nervous about? There's no harm in what we're going to ask. Come on.
Good morning, sir. Lovely day, isn't it? What can I do for you? This other gentleman was before us. Doesn't he want to be served first? No, it's quite all right. This gentleman's waiting for a prescription to be made up. Oh, I see. Well, I wanted to ask you about the handling of a death certificate. I don't quite know which register to go to. The lady was staying practically on the borderline of the counties. I see. Well, it should be quite simple. Was she a resident in Penge?
No, she only came recently from home, in Cobham, Kent.
Well, then I'm pretty sure the right registrar for you will be Mr. Bain.
Who knows? Perhaps if the village of Cudham had not been mentioned by Louis, no trouble would have occurred. But by one of those coincidences that would outrage the reader of a novel, but of which life is full, the customer waiting in the chemist shop happened to know someone who lived in Cudham. In fact, his sister-in-law, Harriet Staunton. Yes, this gentleman had married Mrs. Richardson's elder daughter, and he knew all about the trouble with the Stauntons. His mother-in-law had often expressed her fears for Harriet. And when he heard the name, he pricked up his ears. He went further. He got the name of the doctor who had given the death certificate and went to see him. As a result of his interference, the thing the Stauntons feared most was brought about. There was an inquest. The inspector in charge of investigations, Inspector Thomas, was not quite sure of his ground. He talked it over with his superior.
You see, sir, the doctors haven't found any organic disease sufficient to account for death. There was a small tubercular deposit in one lung, but they say it was of no importance. We've had an expert from London down here, and he states there is no trace of poison in any of the organs. And yet I'm still convinced that she was murdered. But how do you think it was done, Thomas? Well, that's just what I don't know, sir. I've never seen a body so emaciated as hers was. If it didn't sound so incredible, I'd say she'd been starved to death. But the maid at Mr. Patrick Staunton's house, where the deceased lived before coming to Penge, says that she was treated as an honored guest. Did you search the house? No, sir, I didn't think it was necessary. That'd be worthwhile, Thomas. Have a look at the room she was using. She might have left some diary or letters behind, and try to find some people in Cadham who saw Harriet Staunton before she was brought to Penge. They might have noticed something on the ordinary. Righto, sir. Thank you very much.
Inspector Thomas didn't find any diary or letters. The Stauntons had made quite sure that all Harriet's belongings were burnt. But what he did see made such documents unnecessary. One glance at the attic room in which Harriet had starved made it quite clear that whatever her position in the family, she had not been treated as an honored guest. A filthy mattress lay on the floor, the window was boarded up, and the door had been fitted with a bolt on the outside. These facts carried great weight with the jury at the inquest, and a verdict of willful murder was returned against Patrick and Elizabeth Staunton, Louis Staunton and Alice Rhodes, 2 brothers and 2 sisters. Such was the popular feeling in the district that the trial was moved to London and took place at the Old Bailey in September 1877. The defending counsel, Mr. Edward Clark, presented his case in a very unemotional manner.
Members of the jury, I want you to divorce from your minds for the present any feelings of indignation that the prosecution might have inspired in you. For the task on which I am about to embark is, I say it myself, an extremely difficult and extremely technical one. The defense is that Harriet Staunton died from tubercular meningitis. Now, members of the jury, you've probably never heard of this disease. Indeed, it is one almost unknown to the ordinary member even of the medical profession. But I am going to attempt to present all the known facts about it to you. For I am certain that the death of Harriet Staunton was due not to poison, not to starvation, but to this relatively unknown disease. Now, first of all, I would like to make a few general observations.
Mr. Edward Clark's speech to the jury was long, technical, and brilliant. It was generally thought that had he been alone with the jury, he'd have succeeded in convincing them. But the judge, Sir Henry Hawkins, gave one of the most deadly summings up ever known in the Old Bailey. Indeed, his speech might better have come from the lips of the prosecuting counsel, and its effects were inevitable. All 4 prisoners were sentenced to death. It was then that the letters began to pour into the Home Secretary's office.
October the 12th. Dear Sir, regarding the scant attention paid to the expert medical opinions in the trial of the Stauntons, I would wish to state my conjecture. This memorial, signed by 700 medical experts, with Sir William Jenner at their head, to the effect that the facts as stated at the post-mortem point clearly to death having been caused by cerebral...
Morning that you are to reopen the case of the Stauntons. I feel sure that when the full facts are presented...
The result of the new inquiry was that the sentences of Louis and Patrick Staunton and Patrick's wife Elizabeth were commuted to penal servitude for life, while Alice Rhodes, who stood to profit most from Harriet's murder, was granted a free pardon and immediately released. It seems that from the purely legal point of view, the paying of £1 a week to Patrick and his wife for the care of Harriet placed them under a special obligation to prevent her from starving. Consequently, their guilt was, in the eyes of the law, greater than Louis' or his young lady. And so, the case of the 2 inseparable brothers came to an end. Callous, yes. Brutal and ruthless, yes. But there remains their outstanding love for each other. Patrick and Louis, who, when the sentence of death was being passed on them, forgot their womenfolk entirely and clasped each other's hands for mutual encouragement, thinking only of the great love which ironically made their savage crime possible. Well, that's all for now, but I'll be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Clive Brooks saying goodbye and pleasant dreams.
Clive Brooke. It is said that Christian II, a 16th century king of Denmark, was informed one night that a courtier had been stabbed and killed in a tavern brawl. The candles had been extinguished during the fight, and the murderer was consequently unknown. Now, determined to discover him, the king ordered all who had been present to reassemble in the tavern. One by one, they were made to lay their hands over the heart of the dead man. As the last man, a soldier, obeyed the king's command, blood trickled from the mouth of the corpse. Thereupon the soldier broke down and admitted the murder. This charming little tale is the origin of the belief that when confronted with the evidence of his guilt, the criminal will confess. Coupled with the maxim that a murderer will always return to the scene of his crime, it formed the basis of criminal detection for many years. The practice in England was to stick the head of a victim on the top of a pole, and for officers of the law to stand guard over it, scrutinizing the demeanor of each passer-by. This was done with the trunkless head that was discovered on the left bank of the Thames early in 1726. It was only one of the appetizing episodes in the casebook history I'm about to tell you. By way of warning, or perhaps inducement, I've called the case Buckets of Blood. In the foggy dawn of a day early in 1726 that a night watchman at Horse Ferry, Westminster, left his post and walked a few steps down to the edge of the Thames. As he neared the water, he tripped over something and fell into the mud. Kneeling, he turned to see what the object was. What he saw made him rise to his feet with a cry. It was a human head. He took his ghastly discovery to another watchman, and together they went to the magistrate of the district, Mr. Justice Lambert.
Well, you two, what is the meaning of disturbing me at this hour? I've not even breakfasted.
Well, your lordship, it's like this. I'm a watchman.
Yes, but get to the point, man. What have you got in that sack?
Go on, Bill, show him. I found this in the mud near my hut, sir, this morning.
Good heavens! Return it to the sack, man.
I stumbled on it as I was walking down to the...
Return it to the sack, will you? There's mud dripping all over my carpet.
I found this bucket just near where Bill found the head.
Take it out of the house, man. There's blood on it. It's bound to drip. Oh, my beautiful carpet.
All right, very good. Well, what's to be done, your worship?
Soon, sir, the procedure is well and truly laid down. The head must be washed, the hair combed, and then this most ugly specimen shall be posted above St. Margaret's churchyard for all and sundry to see. Thus we shall perhaps discover the identity of this bodiless corpse. And now, sir, you may depart, leaving the evidence in the scullery, if you please. Oh, what an unconscionable hour to be shown such a hideous object.
When the mud and blood had been washed away, it was seen that the head was that of a middle-aged man. But who he was or what he was, it was impossible to know. Crowds soon gathered about St. Margaret's churchyard to view the exhibit. And on the third day, a shopkeeper called Ashby, John Ashby, excitedly grasped his companion's arm.
Reg, look.
What is it, John?
The head on the pole.
Oh, I've already seen it. It's been up these past 3 days.
But for sure, it's a man. Come with me, Reg.
Oh, you don't mean to drag me through this.
Come on.
Yeah,
Well,
on down. Well, now you've a close view, John. You satisfied?
Yes, I am. Come on, Reg.
Oh, now, look here, John, I refuse to be dragged about like this.
Very good, then. You go to the Eagle Tavern. I'll meet you there at 2 o'clock.
Now, where will you be until then?
I shall be talking to Mrs. Catherine Hayes about that head up out there on the pole.
I must tell you how she came to be in London and why Mr. Ashby wanted to see her about the head on the pole. Now, at the age of 15, Catherine had quarreled with her father, a labourer, and had left her parents' home when she set off to walk to London 100 miles as the crow flies. But at the first hospital she came to, she was diverted from her course.
Glad that you're a comely wench, eh? What they call you, my pretty one?
Cass, so please you, sir.
So please me, eh? Gad, but you please me greatly. Do you work here, Cass?
No, sir. I'm on my way to London.
London City is no place for you, my lovely. Look about the room, lass. What do you see?
A goodly lot of men, sir. Fine officers all, I'd say.
Indeed we are, begad. His Majesty's truest and most loyal soldiers, what? And we've all got a good eye for a woman, Cass. A woman like you, fine complexion, heavenly figure. How old are you, by the way?
15, sir. But older than my years.
I'll wager you are. You've had a fine life with us, Kath, in our camp, you know. We've quarters at Great Ombersley. We're on our way there now.
But that is in Worcestershire, sir. I'm for London.
You were for London, Kath, but now... it's a fine life with the King's officers, Kath.
Oh, sir, you must not do that in so public a place.
Are you still for London, eh, Kath?
No, sir. I think I'm for His Majesty's officers, sir.
But after 2 years, the officers became tired of Kath's company, and she was advised to leave the barracks. Her next stop was in the county of Warwickshire, where she became servant to a farmer called Hayes. The farmer had a son, and Kath at 17 was extremely attractive. Thus it came about that the elder Hayes soon found cause to have a serious talk with his son.
Oh, come in, Arthur. I want to speak to you.
It's about Catherine, isn't it, Dad?
Yeah, you always were an honest lad. Yes, it's about Kath. She's only been with us a month, and people are already whispering about you and her.
Let them whisper. I was planning to tell you anyway. Kath and I are married.
What? How can you be? This is a joke. Some prank of yours.
No prank, Dad. We married secretly in Worcester last week. We're very much in love, Dad. I hope you won't do anything to make unpleasantness.
Married to a mere slut of a serving girl?
Whatever you may say, you shan't alter my feelings.
You'll both leave this house tomorrow. I never want to see either of you again.
I'd hope you'd welcome
Wretch, how dare you hope for anything after such action? Out of my house, do you hear? Out!
Yes, Dad, I heard.
But the next morning, Hayes Sr. repented a little and gave his son money on the condition that he and his wife should leave the district. He also granted him an allowance of £26 a year, no mean sum in those days. Kath refused to live anywhere but London, and as Arthur Hayes was at this time still anxious to grant his bride's every whim, to London they went. Arthur took a house and let apartments. He made money. He opened a chandler's shop and sold coal. He made more money. He started a pawnbroker's business. He made yet more money. But he was by no means happy.
Kath, this cannot go on.
What do you mean?
It's the third time this week that neighbors have come to me with their complaints about you. Robinson from number 20 has just been in here saying he'd murder you if you crossed his path again.
I hope you punished him for speaking in such fashion of your wife.
I'm tired of standing up for you, Kath. Is it true that you told his wife that you'd seen him with that woman in the park?
Of course I told her. You know what I think of such things. And if we women did not stand together...
Why must you be forever making trouble with my friends? John Ashby was in here only yesterday asking if it was you who spread the rumor that he couldn't pay his rent.
Well, he can't, you know it.
And who are you to tell everyone about it? No one is perfect, you least of all. Do you think I don't know what happens in this house when I'm away on business?
How dare you?
Oh, don't deny it. Spare me that.
Arthur, how can you? My husband. You know I love you more than anyone or anything.
We leave here on Tuesday, Kath. You're ruining my trade and my reputation in the neighborhood. I've taken a house in Tyburn Road. We'll make a fresh start there.
But the change of environment did not alter Catherine's nature. She still made trouble for her husband. She still was unfaithful to him when his back was turned. However, Arthur, in spite of his unhappy home life, continued to prosper in his pawnbroker's business. He also let 3 rooms of his house as apartments. One of the lodgers was a young tailor called Thomas Billings. Catherine liked his looks, and he hers. By the way, he was young enough to be her son. The mutual attraction led to a most severe quarrel between Arthur Hayes and his erring wife.
And I returned from labouring to keep you in your expensive ways, only to be told that Billings has been more than just a lodger in my absence.
Do you expect me to sit alone while you're away? Am I to have no company?
Not only do you cheat me at every turn, but you had such an orgy here with him that the whole neighborhood hears of it and laughs at me and pities me for being a fool, a deceived man.
You are a fool. Cannot you open your eyes? See that you no longer please me? I wish for a change, Arthur. I'm still young, you know.
Another word in that tone, Catherine.
You blind idiot. Do you expect me to deny the advances of an attractive youngster like... Oh, you brute!
Perhaps that will quiet.
And strange to relate, Catherine's disposition changed from that day forward in Arthur's presence. To him, she was gay and charming. But to Billings and another lodger named Wood, 2 rather simple souls, she showed her true feelings towards her husband, and they were not quite so charming.
You know, Mr. Wood, what a good-for-nothing Arthur is.
Well, he's been a good friend to me, Mrs. Hayes. Billings here can vouch for that, can't you, Tom?
Well, I don't think he's all he seems to be.
That's right, Tom. Of course he isn't. Two things you don't know. First, he's an atheist.
Is he?
Yes. And I've heard it preached that to kill such men is right. So what sin it must be. And worse than that, he's a murderer.
No.
Would I say it about my own husband if it were not true? He killed 2 men in the country, buried them under a pear tree. That's why we came to live in London.
My word, an atheist and a murderer. And with all that money, too.
Yes, £1,500 he saved. All of it comes to me on his death. But what a scoundrel he is, eh?
These arrant lies were not just idle chatter on the part of Catherine Hayes. Every story she concocted was told with a purpose: to secure the assistance of Messrs. Wood and Billings in the murder of her husband. Nightly with her lodgers, Wood and Billings, on the best way to dispose of her husband. Still undecided, they were given some unexpected help by their victim. One night, Wood returned from work to find Mr. and Mrs. Hayes and Billings in an uproarious mood. They'd been apparently shutting out the cold with the aid of large quantities of liquor.
Good evening, Mr. Wood. You look cold. There's a bad fog outside.
Never mind the fog, Woody. Join us and drink up.
Yes, it's the best remedy for a cold in the world. Drunk over a guinea's worth of liquor. You know, I'm not drunk. Are you, Tom? Drunk? Not I. See, Hayes, I'll wager you couldn't drink 6 bottles of Mountain and still be sober. If you can, I'll pay for it. And if it knocks you over, you pay. A bargain, a bargain. 6 bottles of Malaga, eh? Pour me a thirst quencher. I'll get the bottles. Have a drink, Mr. Wood. Kick furniture.
Well done, Tom. It was just the right moment. Now remember your promise, you two.
What, tonight?
The best opportunity we've had. He's sure to be drunk after this.
But I did not pledge myself.
You did. To get rid once and for all of a murderer. To kill him means less than to kill a dog in the gutter. And I'll not be stingy with the money. You promised, didn't he, Tom?
I heard him with these 2 ears. All right. Sweet lass. Sweet lass. Halfway through the first bottle already. I'll do it easily, Billings. Go to it then, Hayes. You've still got another 5 bottles. That's 1. Can't be bothered with tanker. From the bottle now. Up for a bit of air. Only a few more. Oh, spilled. Spilled, hang it. I spilled some. Oh, don't count it against me, Billy. You're doing marvels, Hayes. Hurrah, finished. 6 bottles of Mountain. And you pay. Where am I? I'm so giddy. He's completely insensible. Carry him onto his bed. Take the legs, Billings. I've got the shoulders. Heavy with all that wine in him, huh? There, you lead the way.
Lay him on the bed. I'll fetch the hatchet.
When Catherine Hayes returned, Billings took the hatchet from her and struck Hayes on the head, but it was not sufficient. So Wood snatched the hatchet from Billings and dealt the victim 2 more blows.
What shall we do with the body?
Throw it into Marylebone Pond. We'll burn the clothes. The head we must put in the bucket and carry to Westminster, where we can throw it into the Thames. No one will ever find out who it is. Quickly now, we must finish by daybreak.
And so it was that a watchman at Horse Ferry, Westminster, stumbled over something the next morning, and that a man called Ashby 3 days later thought he recognized the head on the pole in St. Margaret's churchyard and went to see Mrs. Catherine Hayes.
Yes? Oh, it's Mr. Ashby, isn't it?
I wasn't sure whether you remember me.
Oh, yes. You knew my husband before we moved here.
Is your husband in, Mrs. Hayes?
No. Arthur's away.
Oh? May I know where?
Portugal.
You're sure, Mrs. Hayes? I have reason to doubt it. But perhaps you can convince me. Why has he gone to Portugal?
It's a sad story, Mr. Ashby. Some time ago, my Arthur fought with a man. The man died from the blows Arthur struck, and his wife was going to the constables about it. But finally she agreed to say nothing, on Arthur's promising to pay a certain annual allowance to her. Recently, Arthur lost a lot of money. He could no longer pay the woman the money, so he has fled to Portugal.
I see. Thank you, Mrs. Hayes.
Good day.
Ashby quickly repaired to the Eagle Tavern to meet his friend Reg Longmore, and there told him what Catherine Hayes had said, explaining also that he was sure that the head in St. Margaret's churchyard was that of Catherine's husband. Between them, they decided to test her story, which is the reason that Longmore visited the lady that afternoon, pretending that he was a friend of Arthur's. He was told the same story. Almost.
But then, you see, Mr.
Longmore, ma'am.
Mr. Longmore, my poor husband lost an amount of money so that he could no longer afford to pay this widow the allowance. In the end, against my wishes, of course, he decided to leave the city.
And where did he go, ma'am? Oh, I wouldn't tell anyone, you understand, but I would like to make contact with him, if possible.
North of London, sir. He gave me no more exact address, but I think he is in Hertfordshire County.
Oh, indeed. Well, thank you, Mrs. Hayes. You've been most helpful.
And she never mentioned Portugal once?
No, not once. Oh, she was not quite certain, but she thought he was in Hertfordshire. I think you're right about this affair, John.
Oh, I'm sure of it. Something else has happened since I saw you to confirm me in my suspicions.
Oh?
I went to see a rogue called Billings after you left me. He's a tailor and lodges in Arthur Hayes' house. I asked him if he'd seen the head in St. Margaret's churchyard.
Well, go on.
He said he hadn't. Whereupon I disclosed that I was sure it was his landlord's. And you know what was his reply? He cried, "Nonsense. How could the head be his? I left him well in bed when I came to work this morning."
John, we can go no further in the matter, for we cannot take the law into our own hands. Justice Lambert's the man for us.
You speak truth, Reg, though I'm determined to be there when they make the arrest. On being told the story, Mr. Justice Lambert decided that there was a prima facie case against Catherine Hayes, and that he would attend to the arrest himself. Summoning the assistance of 2 officers of the Life Guards, and followed by Ashby and Longmore, he appeared at Mrs. Hayes' lodgings at 9 o'clock that night. With no ceremony, they walked upstairs to a room.
Open in the name of the law.
Who's there?
Open in the name of the law.
As soon as I have put up the clothes.
Hurry then, madam. Officer, have you the casket I gave you as we set out?
Yes, your worship, I have it here.
It shall perhaps be required before this episode is through. Now, madam, are you prepared?
What do you want?
Officers, seize her.
Look, there's Billings sitting on her bed.
Thomas Billings, eh? I have a warrant for your arrest also.
Make up another of your stories, Billings.
Billings has been mending his stockings.
His eyesight must be extremely good then, seeing that there is neither fire nor candle in the room.
Why are we being arrested?
Officer, give me that box.
Here you are, your worship.
Lift out its grisly contents. There, madam. Do you not recognize this?
Oh, it is my dear husband.
Here now, wife.
That's better. In my arms like this instead of that box. I must have a lock of his hair. Oh.
She's fainted.
She has perhaps seen too much of his blood already.
Wood was arrested the same night, and the 3 criminals were then taken to the Old Bailey to await trial. Billings was the first to speak out in the hope of being treated leniently. On his advice, Marylebone Pond was dragged, and the remaining limbs of Arthur Hayes were discovered. Wood then confessed also, but in spite of the whole ghastly crime being disclosed, Catherine Hayes maintained her innocence.
Catherine Hayes, your companions Wood and Billings have confessed to the murder of your husband, Arthur Hayes, and have pleaded guilty in the forthcoming trial. As examining magistrate, it is my duty to inform you that unless you alter your plea of not guilty, you will have to make a defense, for which, in due course, you will be provided counsel. The enormity of your alleged offense has induced the king, whose gracious majesty may God preserve, to direct the prosecution through no less a personage than the Attorney General.
In the trial that then took place, the Attorney General of England argued for the supreme penalty of the law in those days, hanging and then burning. The jury, in spite of Catherine's repeated cries that she was being wronged, brought in the verdict after only a few minutes.
Members of the jury, look on this woman. Do you find her guilty or not guilty of the foul crime with which she is charged?
We find her guilty.
My lord!
The female prisoner at the bar may speak.
You have found me guilty, but I did not strike the fatal blow. Billings and Woody have admitted to that themselves. If I must suffer hanging, surely in view of their confession, I may escape burning.
The request of the prisoner is denied. Catherine Hayes, you have been found guilty, by just process of law, of a most foul and heinous crime.
To be burnt after hanging was a fate reserved for women. Men were hanged and then suspended by chains near the scene of the crime. Although Catherine's second assistant, Wood, cheated the gallows by dying in Newgate the day before his appointed execution, the corpse of Thomas Billings was duly strung up near Marylebone Pond, where the remains of Arthur Hayes had been discovered. As to the chief instigator of the crime, her end was almost more horrible than that of her victim. On May the 9th, 1726, the crowd about Tyburn, in spite of the layer of snow on the ground, was so great that only a few could see the gallows. But among those few were John Ashby and Reg Longmore, more than a little proud of their share in the apprehension of no longer Kath or Catherine, but just the woman Hayes.
Here she comes, Reg. Can't see her face at the moment. Oh, they brought her on a sledge. Oh, wish they'd silence that bell. It's the death knell from St. Sepulchre's Church. It'll stop when she dies. See, they're chaining her to the stake. First they'll strangle her and then light the faggots. She looks calm. They've got the rope round her neck. Any moment now. She's up! Look, they lit the fire too soon. John, I can't see. They lit the fire too soon. The hangman ain't ends first and has to let the rope go. She's trying to kick the faggots away.
It is strange, perhaps, that fate should reserve such a death for such a woman. In any case, that was the macabre finale to the history of Catherine Hayes. Don't be too horrified by this story. It took place a long time ago, when it was much more difficult to keep a good head on your shoulders.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Secrets of Scotland Yard with your host and narrator, Clive Brooke. Brought to you by the Mutual Broadcasting System in cooperation with the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Velveeta, the quality pasteurized processed cheese spread. X-Lax.
How do you do? What would make you commit a murder? What motive? Love? Hate? Jealousy? Greed? Murders by madmen don't count. They have no motive. But quite sane people have destroyed human life for reasons both extraordinary and unpredictable. How interesting and exciting are the vagaries of human nature, in proof of which I'm going to recall to life a little scene of murder that happened at a certain place and to certain people. And I want you to guess the motive. The certain place was a public house, and the certain people, two men and a woman.
Look, Bill, there's Mary Haldane. I haven't been seeing her around the old haunts lately.
Certain it is that I've never set my eyes on her at this time of day. She usually is sleeping during the light hours.
I'm thinking she looks none too happy. What do you think of her for, you know?
She'll be the right type. I don't think she'll be missed. Let's try her out.
Ah, well now, Mary McGill. You're out very early today, are you not?
Early, late. Makes no difference when you're only half alive.
Closing time, gentlemen.
Come to think of it, Mary, you're looking a bit under the weather now. You've not been drinking, have you?
That's just it. This is my first, and it looks like being the last. I'm sober as a saint and very, very sorry for it.
What in the name of heaven will it be then that's making you so unhappy?
Money, Bill. Money. Haven't any.
Ah, well now, I'm thinking a wee dram of the finest refreshment in the world. It would be doing you no harm at all, Mary, now. Come along with us to Bill's house. We were just going to have a drop ourselves now.
Oh, thank you, gentlemen, thank you. I'm just dying for a drink. You never know how much you love the stuff until you haven't got the money to buy it. Oh, thank you, gentlemen. You've probably saved my life.
Gentlemen, never had such a great time. Oh, no, I shouldn't have any more, do you think? You've given me so much already. Oh, well then, just one more. Oh, that's good. The taste seems to get better and better and better.
Ah, come along now, Mary. Just one more now. This one will taste better than all the others put together.
Oh, no, really? Oh, well, I'm finding myself getting a bit dizzy, you know. I don't think I better have any more.
Really, Susan, now's the time.
Get that pillow, quick.
What was that? Is that Bill?
Drink, Mary. Just a little drink, you know. Just another little drop for the pretty shine in your lovely eyes now.
Oh, Bill. You and your compliments. You'll be the death of me.
Quick now. Over her mouth and nose. I got her light. It won't be long now.
I think it's all over now. Can you hear her heart?
Just a second.
Yes, it's still beating.
It's fainter. I can hardly hear it now. Yes, it's stopped.
And now, what was the motive for that murder? A murder deliberately planned and executed. What was the motive? The woman had no money. She'd done nothing to call for revenge. The murderers certainly neither loved nor hated her. What could they gain from her death? What did they want from her? Well, they wanted her dead body.
If you have high blood pressure, here are good reasons to stay on your medication.
There are people around who need you so. They shower you with love just to let you know. They want you to be there to see their dreams come true. But you won't be there if you don't take care of you. Do it for them, your son and your daughter. Know that you oughta do it for your loving wife. If you won't do it for yourself, do it for all the loved ones in your life.
Don't let high blood pressure lead to a stroke, kidney, or heart failure. Treat it and live. Stay on your daily medication. If not for yourself, for them.
Do it for all the loved ones in your life.
A public service of this station and the Advertising Council.
We open our story in November 1827 in Edinburgh, Scotland. There, in a filthy retreat called Tanner's Close, situated in the lowest quarter of the city, there existed a tramp's lodging house. The terms were not exorbitant, threepence per person per night. But the fact that the hovel only contained 8 beds did not mean that only 8 lodgers were accommodated. They usually slept 2 or 3 in a bed. The landlord was an Irishman, William Hare. In the house as a paying guest was another Irishman, William Burke, with his girlfriend, Helen MacDougall. As Burke and Hare were friendly, so did friendship spring up between Mrs. Hare and Miss MacDougall. Now for the story. On this particular evening, Hare came into Burke's room in an obviously angry mood.
Hello there.
Evening to you, Hare. And what is it I can be doing for you?
Oh, I was just dropping in for a spot of talk and perhaps a spot of spirit.
Yes. I was just having a dram myself. There's nothing to touch it.
That's true enough. One could buy a lot of whiskey with
£4 now, couldn't one?
And why £4? Now then, come on with you. What is it you'll be having on your mind?
Well, it's this way, Burke. That old man, Donald.
Ah, there, me pensioner upstairs, who's always having them nightmares.
He'll be having no more nightmares. He's dead.
Is he, by the saint? And when?
Yesterday morning.
Ah, well now. But what's there in an old man dying off to worry you? He had to die sometime. You didn't have a hand in it yourself now, did you?
Lord, no. He died of too much drinking and old age. I wanted him to stay alive, the old codger. He owed me money.
That'll be the £4 you mentioned.
Yes, and he's left nothing. Not a farthing.
Ah, that's bad. Bad indeed now. I'm terribly sorry here.
Burke, I've been thinking now. There might be a way of, so to speak, retrieving the money.
A relation?
No, he had none to my knowledge. Would you be knowing of a Dr. Monroe? He's a lecturer at the medical school.
Ah, I've heard his name somewhere now.
He lectures to the students on anatomy or some such name, and he shows them what he's driving at in his talk by pointing it out on a body, a dead body. He cuts up the body while he's talking to them.
Ah, go on here now. But what's this got to do with old Donald upstairs?
Dr. Monroe is short of bodies right now. He pays well for them, and no questions asked. He usually gets them from the students who rob the graves of the dead up at the church.
But you'll be wanting to sell him old Donald without having to put the corpse in the grave at all.
Right. Will you be helping me? I need help in this.
But what'll I be getting out of it?
Anything over the £4 that Donald owes me.
I'm with you then. Where's the body?
In the coffin in the yard. We'll stuff the box with a bag of wood, then nail the lid back on. No one will know it isn't a corpse inside when they come to bury it.
Let's get on with it then.
The idea was a variation on the old one of body snatching. The robbing of graves had been going on since early in the previous century. The dissecting tables of the medical schools were kept supplied mainly by bands of such thieves who would rob the nearby churchyards at a good profit. If you've ever been to Edinburgh, you will perhaps have noticed the cage-like effect of certain cemeteries, the graves being fenced in with iron bars. These are relics of an age when the sleep and peace of the dead were liable to be disturbed by the resurrectionists, as they were called. Sometimes the robbers would keep a watch over the aged and ailing members of the community, waiting for death to do its work. And then, almost before the body was stiff in its grave, they would dig it up and take it to the nearest market, in other words, the nearest medical school. It was illegal, of course, and the strict Scots religion made the crime very unpopular. But all this tended to make the price of bodies higher, and though the risks were great, so were the profits.
And this must be the door, number 10. That's right. Well, there's someone about anyway. Should we bargain, do you think?
Better not the first time. Let's hear what they have to offer. If he pays enough to cover Donald's debts to you and a bit more for me, I'll be content.
I wish he'd hurry up. I don't like carrying a corpse all over Edinburgh with me.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
We've come to see Dr. Knox.
Oh, I'm afraid he's busy at the moment. Can I help you? No, you can trust me.
Well, now, we have this...
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Come inside. Now, put it down on this table. That's right. Now then, take it out of the sack. Now, I'm afraid I can't offer you more than £7.
£7, is it?
Oh, all right then, £7.10, but no more. Now, here you are.
Thank you kindly, sir.
In a moment, we'll return to the Secrets of Scotland Yard with your host, Clive Brooke.
These days, we're hearing a lot about productivity. And it's easy to see why. Because if our country can manage to make a little more out of our natural, financial, and human resources, we can slow down inflation, strengthen our economy, and make our jobs more secure. Sounds like a politician's dream, doesn't it? Well, it's more practical than you might think. Because what it takes is not muscle, but ideas. Ideas on how to do a job a little better. Ideas on how to make a piece of steel go a little further. Ideas on how to make crops grow a little better. And America is strong on ideas. So if you can use your ingenuity to do your job a little more productively, do it. And encourage others to do the same. America has always worked best when we all work together. this message from the National Center for Productivity and Quality of Working Life, brought to you by the Ad Council and this station.
Among the lodgers at the establishment of William Hare was a miller named Joseph.
How's that fella Joseph getting on? He was coughing all last night. I couldn't sleep a wink on his account now.
Oh, he's worse. And his fever's alarming the other lodgers. Bad for business, you know. Some of them will be leaving unless he gets better soon.
Better, or worse, much worse.
Eh?
Let's go and see him. We might be able to put the poor devil out of his suffering. And Hare, I'm thinking Dr. Knox might be getting a wee bit anxious about bodies for his lectures. Are you with me?
Yes. Joseph would be better off dead anyway.
Has he any relations that might be worried about him?
Not that I know of. Here's the door.
Now wait till I say the word, and then move quickly. We don't want him making an unholy row.
Hold on. Half shares when we sell the body.
Of course, man. What did you think?
Come in. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening to you, Joseph. And how are you feeling tonight?
Oh, Mr. Burke, haven't long for this world, I fear. Not long.
What do you think here?
Not long, I fear.
Quick now, put the pillow over his mouth. I'll hold his legs.
Don't.
I've got you. That's done. Now this time we have...
In Burke's later confession to an Edinburgh evening paper, he winds up this particular episode with the words, "Sold to Dr. Knox for £10. About 9 months after the first murder, that of Joseph the Miller, an ex-soldier and his wife, Mr. and Mrs. Gray, were staying at the lodging house. One evening there was a party given by Burke in his room to which all the lodgers were invited. Burke gave the party in honor of a little old woman he had found in a wine shop. Mr. and Mrs. Gray were among the guests.
Would you believe it now? There I am having my morning dram of whiskey in old Reimer's shop. When what would I be hearing but a gentle voice speaking in accents of my own beloved Ireland, asking for alms she was. Now, Mrs. Gray, would I be the true son of the fairest land in all the world if I were not asking you to take a little refreshment at my expense? And as sure as my name's William Burke, what would you think I would be finding her name was?
I'm sure I don't know, Mr. Burke. I'm sure I don't know.
Why, Doherty. The same as my darling mother's name, God rest her soul. And would it be right now, I'm asking you, Mrs. Gray, if I were not to be throwing a bit of a party tonight for the sake of a dear relation of mine?
Very kind of you, Mr. Burke. But you know, thinking your dear relation is a wee bit too much of the whiskey. She's old now and none too steady on her feet.
Oh, Billy Hare will be taking care of her. He's dancing with her now. Oh, look now, if he hasn't trampled on her feet.
Oh, she doesn't look too badly hurt to me.
No, probably just a sprain. Now, are you all right, my dear Maggie?
Oh, Mr. Burke, I'm not hurt bad, but I'm afraid there'll be no more dancing for me tonight.
Nor any other night. The party continued drunken and noisy into the small hours. Mr. and Mrs. Gray left comparatively early, but returned on Hare's invitation to breakfast the next morning.
Tell me, Mr. Burke, what became of the old lady you had with you last night?
Doherty, you mean? The old hag. Did you not hear the row in here all night? She got so drunk she thought she was 50 years younger and started getting much too friendly with me. We kicked the silly old baggage out of the house.
Well, that's so, Burke.
That's the truth I'm telling you, Mrs. Gray. I put up with the old girl as long as I could, but we had to get rid of her in the end. Oh, what a row she made. but she's quiet enough now, Mrs. Gray. Keep away from that bed, if you please, now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Burke. I wanted to get to the potatoes. They're under here, aren't they?
What in the name of mercy are you doing near the bed with a lighted pipe in your mouth now? Come away, do you hear?
What's my pipe got to do with it?
Wait, woman, you might set the straw on fire with it, and then there'd be a nice mess now. I'll get the potatoes myself, and I'll warn everybody to keep away from this part of the room.
This peculiar conduct naturally aroused the curiosity of the Grays, but it was not until nearly evening that Burke left the house, by which time Mrs. Gray must have smoked several more pipes. As soon as Burke left, she went straight to the bed, lifted the cover, and there she discovered the dead body of Mrs. Doherty. It is due to the unswerving honesty of Mrs. Gray and her husband that the criminals were brought to justice. Both Burke and his mistress tried to bribe them to keep quiet about their discovery. They were poor people, and the offer of £10 a week must have been very tempting, but they went to the police. And gradually the whole horrible story came out. Though it was not until much later, when Burke made his confession, that the public learned the full extent of the crimes that had been committed in Tanner's Close. For the moment, only the murder of Mrs. Doherty was before them. But was it murder? The first job of the public prosecutor was to prove this, to establish what in Scots law is called the corpus delicti. But owing to the subtlety of the murderer's methods, the surgeon of the Edinburgh City Police was unable to say whether the old woman has really died from violence. The evidence against all four concerned was inadequate, and at one time it looked as though it would be a case of having no trial. But finally, as all four still denied all accusations against them, it was decided that Hare should be asked to turn King's evidence. Hare readily accepted the offer. He came into the court with a ghastly smile.
William Hare, we observe that you are at present a prisoner in the Tolbooth of Edinburgh, and from what we know, the court understands that you must have had some concern in the transaction now under investigation. It is therefore my duty to inform you that whatever share you might have had in that transaction, if you now speak the truth, you can never afterwards be questioned in the court of justice.
These words must have reassured him greatly. He implicated himself and his partner Burke with every word he spoke, knowing all the time that only Burke would pay the penalty. The case started at 10 a.m. on December the 24th, 1828, and the court sat without a break until 9:30 the next morning, Christmas Day, when the verdict was returned. Burke's mistress, MacDougall, was acquitted, as the charge against her was not proven, which is a Scots compromise between guilt and innocence. Hare's wife went free, as his evidence could not concern her. Wife cannot bear witness against husband. That William Hare himself went free seems unjust to us now, but at the time it was a case of one or neither, and the course taken was the only possible one within the law. I would like you all to hear the sentence passed on Burke. It was the normal one for murderers in Scotland, but it has, I think, a special significance when applied to a man who made his living by the sale of corpses to the medical school.
And upon that day, to be taken forth from the said Tolbooth to the common place of execution in the Lawn Market of Edinburgh, and then and there to be hanged by the neck by the hands of the common executioner upon a gibbet until he be dead, and his body thereafter to be delivered to Dr. Alexander Munro, Professor of Anatomy in the University of Edinburgh, to be by him publicly dissected and anatomized. And may God Almighty have mercy on your soul.
And so it was that William Burke ended up in the same way as the numerous men and women that he and his fiendish partner had smothered to death, on a lecturer's dissecting table.
No face is lovelier than the face that emerges from a pink ice. Hot and cold money. The money it costs all of us to keep our homes cool in summer and warm in winter. To save some money and help conserve our precious energy resources, here's some good advice. The amount of energy necessary to heat or cool your home is greatly affected by your insulation. Good insulation keeps furnace heat inside in winter and the sun outside in summer. If it's faced with foil, it'll serve as a barrier against moisture vapor. Aluminum-faced insulation aids in retarding heat flow, and proper insulation can make large savings in money and energy. A properly insulated roof can save 90% of heat loss compared to an uninsulated roof. Good insulation can save a considerable amount of heat loss through walls and floors, not to mention the benefits of insulated aluminum siding. In hot weather or cold, a properly insulated house will be comfortable and economical. Mutual Broadcasting System has presented The Secrets of Scotland Yard with your host and narrator, Clive Brooke. In cooperation with the Kraft Foods Company, makers of... This is Sanford Marshall inviting you to return next week when we will again reveal
The Secrets of Scotland Yard.